Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll call this meeting to order. Good morning, everybody. It's budget day, so get comfortable. Item number one, of course, call to order, and 1.1, the land acknowledgement. I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations are sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Meg, Councillor, thank you very much. Moving on to item number two, disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest to claim, let us know. Item number three is the approval of the agenda, that the contents of the agenda of October the 17th, 2024 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to item number four, presentations. The reason we're here, 4.1, 2025 budget draft 1 report presentation. And I will turn this over to our CAO, Andrew. Good morning, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and Chris is loading the presentation. So on behalf of the team in front of you and the dozens and dozens of staff throughout the corporation that worked on this, we're very pleased to present draft 1 of the 2025 budget today to council. Next slide, please. I'm going to provide a few opening comments, and then I'll turn it over to our CFO, Jocelyn Lee, who will walk you through some of the highlights of the proposed budget. As in the past couple of years, there are macroeconomic conditions that are negatively impacting Wasaga Beach and our budget process. The good news is they're starting to improve. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel. For those of you who are listening to the announcement yesterday, very pleased to see inflation came down to 1.6%. I think there are a number of people in our community that have fingers crossed that interest rates that will drop at least 0.25%, but perhaps 0.5% next week. All of these signals are positive, not only for the work we're doing, but for our development community and for all of our residents. So those are good news. Supply chain issues, post-COVID supply chain issues are improving. Again, it's been slow, but all of these things are adding up together to improve the situation for Wasaga Beach. Prices, as a result of inflation, are still a little bit high, but we're starting to see them trickle down slightly. Again, we're hearing positive things from the development community that they're in the range of a 10% improvement. So again, positive outlook in the future. Large capital projects are still seeing significant price increases. We're experiencing this right now on our River Road project. We're about to embark on some other significant infrastructure works down at the beachfront, but again, we're hoping over the next few months that the prices can trickle down and improve the situation on things that we're working on. With respect to the Arena Library, we almost have 1 year under our belts. Chris has been working hard, and Pam overseeing and making sure that the building's operating properly. So we're getting a handle on operational costs. It really does take a year to 2 years to truly understand how to run those buildings properly, the staffing complement that you need, et cetera. So we're in the process of evaluating how we've done in the first year of operations, and we may need to make some slight tweaks over the next little while. We are growing. We're still one of the fastest growing communities in Ontario and Canada, for that matter. So for the public that's listening, every new park we build, every new subdivision, every new road we build, we need to cut grass, we need to plow snow, et cetera. So all of that requires people, staffing. I think we've come forward with a very prudent budget this year. We have tried to limit staff increases. So we're doing our best to minimize the impact of that growth, but please understand that growth does bring with it all of these spin-offs. And if the snow's not getting plowed, we get the call. So we want to make sure that we can deliver services at a level of service that people are expecting. As in previous years, prudent fiscal management is paramount to everything we are doing. What we have done with this budget is really prioritized seeking partnership opportunities. We've got a grant opportunity that we're applying for tomorrow for significant infrastructure dollars. We're hopeful that we can access some of those dollars from the province that will help alleviate some of the pressures down on the beachfront and some of the infrastructure needs that we have to facilitate growth over the coming years. The budget addresses asset management requirements of the corporation, and paramount to us is minimizing the impact to residential property owners. Believe us, we work very hard to try and come forward with a budget that has the smallest increase possible. A line-by-line budget review has already taken place. I think it's important that you understand when we start this process, in all my years working in municipalities, I have never seen a budget process start with less than 2 figures in terms of an increase. So we work very hard to bring that down. We were in double digits when we started this process back a few months ago. I think the number that we've got it down to today, that Jocelyn will be sharing with you shortly, is a good number. I think it's a prudent number to address all of our needs moving forward. One thing I want to share with council and the community, and this is a very important point to understand, because the province has not phased in, that is impacting our budget. So if we were to rewind a couple years ago, and people recall some very low budget increases, and why aren't we doing the same thing today? Whatever number we come forward with, you automatically add 2% on that because of the lack of provincial phase-in. So if you had told us you wanted a 0% budget, we would be at 2%. So that's the impact of what the province is doing with phase-in, or the lack thereof. We are very hopeful that they will change course fairly soon. It likely won't happen until after the election, and Jocelyn can speak much more intelligent than I about the impact of provincial phase-in, but I think everyone needs to understand that 2% of the number that you're going to hear is directly attributable to the lack of provincial phase-in. Our budget incorporates the term of council priorities, and when we were working hard to lower the proposed increase that you're going to see today, the first thing we do is look at the priorities of council, and we prioritize things, because we can't do everything with a limited pot of money. Just as everyone out there, you know, we all have big wishes and big aspirations, but you got to prioritize. So we've done that based on council's priorities. We're focusing on a few catalytic projects that will realize economic spin-offs for our community. A lot of the focus in 2025 will be on getting the beachfront going, and that is very important to this community. That's the economic engine of Wasaga Beach. It has been for over 100 years, so it's really important that we invest in that and get it firing on all cylinders, because those spin-offs will be felt by everybody, and those are positive spin-offs that will come from that. We absolutely are focused on growing the non-residential tax base. I think you may recall at previous public meetings that we've added almost 1,000 jobs over the last 2 years to Wasaga Beach, or will be adding 1,000 jobs when the high school comes into place, new hotel, et cetera. So we're doing all the right things, and with that, I'll turn it over to Jocelyn.
Thank you, Andrew, and good morning, Jocelyn.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning to members of council and Your Worship and staff and visitors who are joining us today. And thank you.
Sorry, Jocelyn, you just turn your mic on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to everyone. So for those of you who are new to watching the budget presentation, my name is Jocelyn Lee, and I am the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, and I will be leading the presentation through the following agenda. So we begin by looking at the budget process in a bit of detail, and then high-level operating and capital budgets. We'll talk about the 2025 budget increases over the 24 budget. We'll talk about some of the staffing changes for 2025. We'll look at the residential tax dollars and what our reserves are projected to be, and then we'll go through the department presentations. So the budget process for 25 includes 2 council meeting reviews and 2 public engagement sessions. The process began with staff reviewing closely their line-by-line review with each budget, followed by a review with their general manager. Staff direction was to find reductions where possible, trying to achieve a 1% reduction over the 24 budget, excluding staffing costs. A review of the individual budgets was conducted by the budget holder, the GM, CAO, and Treasury staff to make the final adjustments to prepare draft 1 of the budget. And this process brings us to today's meeting with presentations from the leadership team. The meeting provides the opportunity for interaction between council members and staff regarding the budget asks. The next step in the process will be the public meeting on October 24th, when questions can be asked of staff or comments made. On November 14th, the public meeting for the proposed rates and fees is held, and with the final proposed budget draft 2 being tabled on November 28th, and then at this time, staff will request council to approve the final budget through the submission of the bylaw on December the 14th. So that sort of gives you an overview of our processing timeline. So turning now to the 25 budget, the chart on the screen shows you the budget expenditures for both operating and capital. And the total is $98.5 million as compared to $95 million in 24. The larger portion of the pie chart shows that the operating costs of $61.9 million, or 63% of the total budget, and the capital budget is $36.6 million, or 37% of the total budget. The table on this slide shows the town's 6 departments and how much of the budget is for each department. So I'll just walk through those. We have Office of the CAO at $11.9 million, and within that budget also is property sales of $5.2 million. Department of Strategic Initiatives, $2.7 million. Department of Corporate Services, $12.1 million, and Department of Community Services, $12.2 million. Department of Infrastructure Services, $48 million, and Department of Legislative and Development Services, $6 million, and that gives us our total of $98 million. So now looking at some of the budget increases over the 24 budget, the following 10 major cost drivers show the increases and decreases. So related to staffing, there are annual step and COLA adjustments, along with adjustments to the grid resulting from the recent compensation review, and that's about $2.3 million. We will look at the changes and new staffing for 2025 on our next slide. The debenture costs relate to the new debt costs for the wastewater, WPCP Biosolids wastewater project. So we are looking at a debenture for part of that project. And then the capital projects are $1.5 million less in 2025 than they were in 2024. And it's just, that just is from different projects that we're running through the capital program. Each year, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund Grant Program is reduced by 15%. And we use some of this grant funding to support our operating costs. And there is an increase in taxation each year as the grant declines. So the amount that we now have to pick up through taxation is $35,000 versus previously we would have had those funds in the prior year. So each year this money is being reduced. We put a portion of the grant to our capital replacement program, and then this small portion goes into operating. Insurance cost is estimated to increase approximately $156,000. That's just an estimate at this time under draft 1. The police and fire operations are larger programs, and the increase in these budgets is $418,000 for draft 1. And then we have some other general remaining increases at $1.7 million for our total change between the 2 years of $3.5 million. So the total increased cost associated with new or changing staff positions for 25 is $277,000. Only one new position was added in Treasury, and the remaining positions are conversions that relate to existing positions already in the budget. So you can see that we have in parking, some of the permanent student hours will be added to the base. In Public Works, some of the part-time roads positions will be converted to full-time. And the rec and facilities, we have some converting of temporary full-time staff to permanent full-time in the facilities department for $37,000 there. So that's our total staffing changes. This slide provides an overview of the changing capital budgets over a few years. In 23, the capital budget was $60 million. And at that time, a large portion of the Twin Pad Arena and Library project was in the capital program, so it was the main cost driver there, and you'll see it at $60 million in 23. In 24, most of the building costs were removed from the budget, and as the TPAL project was substantially completed. And in 24, we had $37 million for the capital program, and now we have $37 million in 2025. So looking at the breakdown of the 25 household tax bill of what is estimated, for an average home in Wasaga Beach, the average assessed value is $333,000, and that comes from MPAC. And the estimated total taxes on that average assessed home is $3,977. And of the total tax bill, you can see that 39 cents of every dollar goes to the other levels of the government for the county and education taxes. And the remaining 61 cents on every dollar stays with the town. The overall tax increase is 3.97%. This means the $3,977 tax bill is 3.9% higher than the 24 tax bill for the same assessment value. It should be noted that we did a comparison of the taxes paid on the 24 average home assessed values across 11 municipalities. The result was that Wasaga Beach had the lowest taxes of all 11 municipalities compared in terms of actual dollars that go out of your pocket. We compared to Township of King, Bradford West Gwillimbury, Town of Orangeville, Innisfil, City of Barrie, New Tecumseh, Midland, Penetanguishene, Collingwood, and City of Orillia. And out of all of those, dollar for dollar, the lowest amount of taxes would be paid in Wasaga Beach. So now looking at this chart, the town's taxation levy for 2025 is a total of $39 million, as compared to the 24 taxation level of, or the levy was $36 million. The town has seen increased growth of 3.10% in its assessment base. The total levy increase is $3 million. So this is the amount of taxation that we are raising to support the budget. So we now look at these tax dollars at work, and the table on the slide shows that for every $100 of taxes paid, where is it being spent? The top three tax-supported expenditures are Public Works at almost 15%, policing at almost 15%, and note that these costs are not controlled by the town. Administration costs are at 14.5%, and then closely behind, in fourth position, is the fire, health and safety, emergency management at about 14% as well. And then the next largest expenditure is recreation and facilities. In total, it is 8.9% or $8.90 on every $100 of taxation. Then we have debentures, followed by parks and library, with the remaining costs below the 4% range. So this just gives you a sense of where the dollars are being spent for taxation. This reserve slide is preliminary for draft 1, and it will be updated in draft 2. However, it gives some approximate indication of the level of reserves that are projected based on the 25 draft 1 budget. The general reserves, which are maintained at the discretion of council through the budget process and year-end results, is projected to have an opening balance in 25 of $26 million. So you can see that there in the first column. There are contributions budgeted in the amount of $5.3 million. Those are new reserves coming into our reserves. And draws of $11.2 million, and this is where we're spending money from our reserves. And this results in a projected balance of $20.6 million at the end of 2025 for our general reserves. The reserve funds that are obligatory reserves but are not the development charges includes an opening balance of $11.4 million. We have additions of $2 million, utilization or spending of $4.5 million, and an ending balance of $8.9 million. The next reserve fund line represents the development charges, which are deferred revenues. These are the funds collected from developers, and the use of the funding is deferred until there are relevant projects that qualify for the use of the funding. Development charges are used to help pay for growth-related capital needs as service levels change in the community. The opening balance projection is $5.4 million. The forecasted contributions are $4.8 million. And the draws on DC funds is $10.1 million, leaving a projected balance of just under $100,000 at the end of 2025. So in the past few years, we have had significant draws on our deferred development charges. Specifically, we had our TPAL building, which drew significantly, as well as the River Road West project is also drawn significantly on the development charges, and we will also have the Beach Drive construction project drawing significantly on these development charges. In 2025, the DC study is due for being renewed, and the development charge rate will take into account some of these large expenditures the town has made over the past 5 years, which has resulted in the depleting of our deferred revenues. The overall projection for the reserves in total is a change from $43.5 million opening balance to a $29.8 million ending balance. So at this time, this concludes just the general budget overview. So before I move into the department presentations, are there any questions or comments to be made at this time?
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Questions or comments so far from council? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of, so that I can understand it more, and probably let the people understand a little more. When you're doing the comparable taxes, I noticed that you're using the cities and larger communities. Is there any way you can compare, and you're saying that we're lower? I personally would have liked to have seen you compare it to Penetanguishene, Stayner, Creemore, more around our surrounding, to see how comparable we are to those townships, rather than the bigger, because they're getting more than what we have. Let's be real. So that's one.
Through your worship, thank you for the question. So we do choose our comparators based on similar municipal size, municipal taxation, population. So generally, those ones that we chose, those are the reasons we've chosen them. We can choose any comparators, though. All the information is available, and we can provide that information and show that for everyone. But it is important to look at whether you're urban or rural. Those do make a difference, and the level of services that the community is providing. Thank you.
If I may, another follow-up, I've got two more. When we're comparing with MPAC, the value of $333,000 per home, can you not, because for me, that's misleading. I don't know any homes here that are worth $333,000, because saying it's only an increase of $150 a year. Most homes here are either $700,000, $600,000. Now, can we not put at least beside there, or mention, on a $700,000 home, this is the increase at 3.9%? Just make it a little more clear, because I find that every time there's 333 and it's only 150, and then we look at our tax bills, it's like, whoa, that is not a $150 increase. Just a thought.
Thank you, through your worship. So the assessment value is provided through MPAC, and it is always lower than the market value. It has never, ever stayed in line with market value completely. And it is driven by market value, but always lagging behind. And so it's important for residents to understand that it is not their market value of their home that is going to really be the main driver of their taxes. It's the MPAC assessed value of their home. And to put a market value beside there, that would be very difficult to do, because we don't really know exactly one home to the next. But we do know what MPAC will assign for the average home, and based on all the assessments they have. So they know all of the assessed values for the town, and then they average it out, and that's where we take our $333,000 from. So when people look at their tax bill and see the assessed value of their home, that's the amount that they're being charged taxation on. And I think it would be better to help educate our residents to understand the right dollar amount to be looking at, rather than be focused on that market value, because it really is the assessed value that is going to matter. Thank you.
I'll just add to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam CFO, but Wasaga Beach is not the only community. All communities use this process. If people are not happy, for example, with the assessment we use, then the argument they have is with the province of Ontario. And in this case, it's the province who has not allowed MPAC to reassess properties in 6 years, going on 7 years now. I would say that as a property owner, I'm quite happy at this point that the last few years have been based on the current assessment, because if they were based on a new assessment, it would be much higher. It's an issue that this council or the next council will have to deal with when finally the province does allow MPAC to reassess, because that's going to be a drastic change. And it's going to be up to the current sitting councils to try to mitigate as best we can that impact on residents. So, and there's ways to do that with mill rates and so on and so forth, but that's a problem for a year or two down the road. So we're not the only municipality that does that. All municipalities do this. It's the way it is done. It's dictated somewhat by the province, and so we don't have any control over that. Go ahead, Councillor.
Just one more, if I may. The OPP fee was not in there. It's not available yet. Will that be an add-on to the 3.9% increase?
Through your worship, the OPP was included in the budget with a 5% increase. So a portion of the increase that comes through is already built into the budget. However, any increase above the 5% will increase the 3.97% tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I think MPAC assessment is confusing to many residents, so I'd like to spend a little more time on that because, again, we talk about the phase-in not happening, and that usually contributes 2% revenue to our budget, and that hasn't happened for a number of years. But I think most of us are in the boat to Sash's, Councillor DeLeo's comment is that even though there's been a bit of correction, I'd say a lot of homes that are worth about $850,000 today are actually assessed at almost half of that value. I think mine's 480 or somewhere around that. So to your point, we don't know how they'll phase in when they start increasing impact. They might phase it in over 10 years. There might be a more aggressive bump, but everyone right now is benefiting from the fact that we're being assessed on a value that's not anywhere near the market value of our homes. And I just wanted to clarify, my understanding is even new homes coming onto assessment, I believe Impact estimated what their value would have been at the point that they froze assessment. That was my understanding. Is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. They're using the 2016 current value assessment to assign assessment rates to homes. So the 2020 current value assessment, the survey was taken by the province, so they knew what the 2020 values were, but they never rolled them out. So they're working at a 2016 CVA level when they're assigning assessments.
Just a follow-up to that then. So someone moving to Wasaga Beach and bought a home for $1.1 million, they should clearly understand that they're getting the benefit of a very low tax rate based on the freezing. Like generally, if you bought a home for $1.1 million, you'd be assessed at $1.1 million, and it would very likely be a significantly higher tax bill than what you're actually going to have in 2024. So again, I think there's a lot of confusion from people, and that there's always this sensitivity to having your property tax increase, but there really is this big pent-up demand that's going to have to be dealt with in the future. So hopefully that adds a little clarity. I don't know.
Just to clarify, it does need to be dealt with in the future, but dealt with right across the province, not just Wasaga Beach. All right. Next is Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just wanted to build on what the councillor was saying about this assessment. That $333,000. So thank you. That assessment is the average assessment in the beach. Is that correct, CFO?
Through your worship, yes. The average, when they take all the assessments in the town and add them all together, the average is $333,000 is the average assessed home that's out there for Wasaga Beach.
And I live in that home. It's exactly my assessment.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, carry on. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so what we're going to move on to now is the department presentations, and so I'd like to ask our CAO if he would proceed with the presentations for the Office of the CAO. And I'll just pass that along.
Thank you, Jocelyn. And so just a reminder, we're 3.9 and 3.97 is what we're proposing. Had phase-in been in place, we would have been at 1.97, which I think is quite a responsible budget. So that's the impact that the lack of phase-in is having on our budget. So with respect to the CAO budget, the divisions that are in my group are Administration, Communications, Human Resources, Police Services, which is an external group that we fund, Wasaga Beach Public Library, and then the beachfront impacts that we deal with. With respect to administration and communications, fairly low budget here, minor furniture, computer equipment that we're proposing for 2025. And some of the more significant things actually are going to be revenue positive. We're putting some money in for land acquisitions that are required down at the beachfront, but we're also working quite hard on actually selling lands that council has declared surplus. And I'm very pleased to announce that for the first time in Wasaga's history, we've actually brought all of the local brokerages together. They are working collaboratively with the municipality to offer their services collectively to assist the municipality. So I think that's a very positive move, and we thank all the brokerages for stepping up to assist us. In terms of some operation highlights, you're very well aware of the beachfront redevelopment that we are moving forward with. We will begin demolitions shortly, the construction along Beach Drive. We had Sunray Group here yesterday touring the beachfront. We had a great discussion with them. So things are looking quite positive. We have an RFP out right now that closes in a couple weeks. Our high school, the Catholic High School, will open, doors open, fall of 2027. So you're going to be seeing a lot of activity adjacent to the Arena Library over the coming months. As we've mentioned earlier, we need to deliver a clean site for the school board for next summer so that they can begin erecting the school. So a lot of exciting things can be happening out there. And a huge focus for us is intergovernmental partnerships and working closely with the province. We have a session down at Queen's Park on November 7th that we're gearing up for. So we're working very hard to get the province to come to the table and work with us to develop and implement our exciting vision. In terms of admin budget, staffing is one of the higher components of this. We have a strategic initiatives budget that goes to fund council priorities. We fund doctor recruitment. Again, a priority of this council is to bring more doctors to town. We are actively pursuing a couple more doctors, and we're hoping to have some positive news shortly on that front. And then obviously funding the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. In terms of council, things have remained fairly status quo. We did give you a slight cut, and we didn't just pick on council, we picked on every department in the corporation. We challenged all GMs to try and implement a 1% cut in their operating budgets, and I believe we were successful across the board at implementing that. So we did apply that to council. I don't think you'll feel it, but just wanted to know that we did take that off of council's budget as well. In terms of the beachfront, this budget looks very different from previous years. Again, we are moving from maintaining buildings, leasing out buildings, to the redevelopment process. So for 2025, there will be money required to actually demolish buildings. As I've mentioned previously, the agreement that we have with Sunray will allow us to recoup a lot of the dollars that we are spending today. So that will be part of a joint venture where those are considered capital costs that we will get on the tail end. So good news story there. Policing budget, as Jocelyn mentioned, the assumption has been made at 5.1%. We were somewhat shocked last week when we did receive the proposed budget for the OPP. It was significantly high. Jocelyn, can you remind me, it was 22%?
22.8%.
22.8%. Clearly, we did not anticipate a 22.8% increase. 5% is generally what the municipality has used for decades. So to come in with a 22.8% increase was absolutely out of left field. It caught us all by surprise. I will share, we are not alone. This is happening province-wide. I believe there was discussion at the county table last week about this and the impact it's having on municipalities. So big, small, everything in between, we are all being hit with this increase. We are trying to push back. We are questioning this. We are asking for a detailed explanation. So this will be impacting draft 2 unless something significantly changes at the provincial level. This is outside of our control. So it is an external cost that is being inflicted upon us that we have to address and deal with.
I'll just add to that for council's information and members of the public. 22.8% is actually on the lower end of many of these increases across the province. There are some municipalities as high as 50%. So I think it's important to point this out, that these cost increases are not unique to Wasaga Beach. They're not because of anything particular that's happening in Wasaga Beach. We are certainly not the crime mecca of Ontario. We're far from it. But these increases, they're seeing these in every municipality around us, and in some cases considerably higher around us. But it is right across the province. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, I'll turn it over to Denise.
Thank you, and good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Human Resources budget for 2025. Just a brief overview of the operational functions of our team are recruitment, compensation, and compensation would include job evaluation and market reviews, labor relations and employee relations, which includes collective bargaining and investigations. We also are responsible for payroll and group benefits and pension, the implementation and development of policies and procedures, health and safety, training and development. And this past year and going forward, we're focusing on leadership development and performance management and employee engagement. What am I doing? Oh, I went too far. There we go. So the total operating budget is 1.1 million. Approximately 626,000 is dedicated to staff wages to support the existing service level. I am requesting to build some reserves, and 74,000 is to maintain the software licenses, 50,000 of which would be designated to build a reserve to for the future implementation of a HRIS system, payroll system, and that's to allow us to automate our workflows and streamline our processes and things like onboarding and recruitment. 60,000 is dedicated for the corporate leadership training program. I'd also like to build some reserves, 53,000 designated for the future compensation reviews so that we don't have that 1 year big hit, and also 15,000 for a performance evaluation system. In 2025, we are looking forward to updating and modernizing our policies and procedures, and just so that we can meet legislative compliance, which we are currently, but to further enhance our policies, and also contract negotiations. Our QP contract expires this year, so this will lead us into next year just to complete that process. The capital expenditures for furniture and computers, and that is basically relates to the regular replacement for computers for staff, and some incidental furniture needs is 6,000. And the next slide, if I can. There we go. The last slide just demonstrates the variance, and that is 123,000, which represents the difference between the 2025 budget and 2024 budget relating to staff costs, as well as the building the reserves. There is potential of an increase in draft 2 to recognize costs that will relate to the QP negotiations that will come forward. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for HR or the CAO's department from members of council? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for addressing the OPP increase, because it did it was the number one question I had there. But you do have the sale of land of $5 million in there, and I'm just wondering, where is that going? Is that surplus? Is that Sunray? Is that the arena? And if it's not all of those, where are those in the budget?
So thank you through Mr. Mayor. So the $5 million that the CFO has used, that's from the sale of land. So currently the previous arena, the old arena, is for sale. We are showing that facility to prospective buyers. There's also other lands that will be put on the market shortly. So the assumption is that we should be able to realize approximately $5 million in 2025.
Thank you. But that includes all of those, though? Like, $5 million is your total?
No, that does not include all of the lands. That's just a conservative assumption. We don't want to overestimate and say we will realize 15 million. So we're assuming that we would realize 5, and that's been factored into the budget. Is there anything you want to contribute to that, Jocelyn?
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, that's just tailored towards what we need in the 2025 budget year of those proceeds, not necessarily what we will actually earn totally in those proceeds, because that number is, as Andrew has mentioned, is unknown. So we've just tailored what do we need in 2025 of those proceeds for the budget.
I think, yes, in a second, Councillor, for certain, I think it's also important to note that we don't know how many of these properties will sell. So this is not the total realized value of all the properties we're placing on the market, is what we believe in this market would reasonably sell this year that we would realize those dollars from. The value of those lands in a totality is much greater than this. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you give me like a throttling amount in there? Would you say this represents a third or half of what you would imagine the value of the properties up on offer have?
I would say approximately a quarter of the value of the properties that we have. So we're in the $15 to $20 million range for surplus properties. So we don't want to put all of these properties on the market at once and flood the market. So we're actually having guidance from the local realtors as to an appropriate strategy for unlocking that value, not flooding the market and realizing the highest return on investment. So it's about a quarter of the value.
Thank you, Councillor. I think also to point out, so there's no confusion to the public, when we say local realtors, we're not talking about any specific realtors. We actually reached out to the 3 largest real estate agencies in the area, to the brokers of those realtors, of those real estate companies, and it was the brokers that we worked with who will all work together collectively to market these properties. So we haven't favored any realtor over another or any company over another. We went about this in the most fair and balanced way we possibly could. Any other questions or comments? All right, carry on. Who's next? Pam? Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. The Wasaga Beach Public Library opened the doors to its new facility in late January. And since that day, library staff have been striving to make our new facility an important community destination. As outlined in the Wasaga Beach Public Library Board's 2022 to 2026 strategic plan, the library's key goals are: 1, to improve service experience; 2, nurture community connections that encourage library usage; 3, expand opportunities for lifelong learning, literacy, culture, and socialization; and 4, build the library as a dynamic center for discovery. For those listeners who are not familiar with the role of the library plays in the community, here are its 4 main functions. The library provides important services. More than 86,000 people have visited the library in 2024, and on site they can access a host of services, including access to information and reading materials. So far we have circulated more than 95,000 items this year. Access to computers and assistants, access to business services, and access to spaces for studying, meeting, tutoring, and more. So far, our rooms have been used over 1,000 times to date. There are also a myriad of online resources available free from our library. In 2025, the library plans to continue providing Wasaga Beach residents and visitors with stellar services. We will monitor resident requests and needs to identify service gaps that the library can address. The library develops vital community service partnerships. Wasaga Beach Public Library endeavors to support community needs by partnering with local service providers and organizations to offer safe, welcoming space for one-on-one assistance, support groups, and skills development workshops. Whether you are experiencing homelessness, you're new to Wasaga Beach and seeking English language assistance, or you need help completing your income tax return, the library's partners offer these supports and more. In 2025, the library will continue to offer partnerships to additional organizations dedicated to bettering the lives of Wasaga Beach residents. The library is committed to offering lifelong learning support to ensure that residents of Wasaga Beach continue to expand their knowledge and understanding. The library offers a host of programming. Children can get one-on-one early literacy tutoring, adults can sit in on lifelong learning lecture series, and people of all ages can learn about creative technologies. The library has already offered more than 800 programs this year and has engaged more than 14,000 people. The library also provides unique arts and cultural opportunities. We put an emphasis on nurturing a creative culture. Members are invited to create art, showcase their art, listen to or experience performances, or learn from experts in their fields. Wasaga Beach Public Library encourages the kind of creative expression that adds color to our community. When it comes to capital expenditures, the new library has had an impact on our costs. Currently, we are asking for $76,000 to support our collection. $70,000 of that is for our physical collection, an increase of $5,000 in order to support the growth of our community and our growing needs in our collection. Collection best practices outline estimate of how many items the library should contain in order to serve our community. As well, Wasaga Beach Public Library has allotted $6,000 for digital books in 2025. That's an increase of $500. This is to better align Wasaga Beach's contribution to the Simcoe Digital Library Service Consortium. Equipment spending of $8.8 thousand will cover a small assortment of new computers scheduled for replacement this year. And a furnishings budget of $17,000 has been included in case we need to replace some of the public furnishings that potentially could be damaged. If those funds are not used, they will be set in reserves because, of course, our furnishings do add up. The library has requested $65.5 thousand to be transferred to reserves this year, in around 66. 15.5 is set aside for computers and electronic replacements. We have over 31 computer stations, 2 self-checkout kiosks, and a host of other digital equipment we need to be able to afford to replace when their lifespan comes due. The remaining $50,000 we have requested to be placed in a special reserve that will support library growth. As we grow the town, so too must library service grow. These variances add up to about $50,000 in capital costs in comparison to 2024. The library's operating budget for 2025 is estimated at approximately $1.7 million. There's an increase of approximately $40,000 over 2024. I'd say that's mainly attributed to higher operational facility costs. In 2025, the library aims to focus on 3 key areas, scheduling additional programming being one. We're going to expand our lifelong learning lecture series in 2025 to 4 lectures. We intend to offer special edutainment opportunities for children on PD and PA days, providing young minds with inspiration in the form of exotic animals, science performances, and magicians. The library will also be offering mini concerts throughout the shoulder seasons and winter, providing residents with reasons to socialize and combat the debilitating effects of isolation. I will not speak to the Makerspace programming today. Unfortunately, when I submitted these slides, it was before final draft 1 deliberations. The library has not yet received approval for funding for its Makerspaces in 2025. The library's second main goal for 2025 is to expand its community service partnerships. We're looking for more ways to assist the town's vulnerable residents. Currently, talks are underway with the Busby Center, and more collaborations will also be pursued. And the library's third area of focus is generating revenue. Many of our programming expenses have doubled or even tripled in the last 5 years, and we understand that we have to do our part in order to support these cost increases. The library board and members of staff are investigating ways to increase our revenue in order to try and offset some of these costs. This operational budget graph outlines the library's key operational cost categories. Staffing accounts for approximately 85% of the library's operating budget. Facility overhead is about 7% of the library's budget, with hydro water cleaning. Administrative expenses sit at about 5%, programming 3%. While the library is supported minorly through provincial funding, the majority of its operating costs are provided through taxation. Wasaga Beach Public Library is funded by the people of Wasaga Beach for the betterment of the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Questions or comments? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, wanted to bring some concerns as council rep to the library board from that table. So several months ago, and after much discussion, council approved funding to extend the contract for the Makerspace programmer. The programmer, knowing her contract was short and needed stable employment, resigned with only 2 months left on the contract, and that short time made it very difficult to find a replacement. Hence, council approved extending that contract. The library board is very concerned about the loss of this position and what it brings to our public library. For the first 6 months, close to 1,200 residents participated in Makerspace learning, and there was always a wait list. In 2019, during a library needs assessment, it was identified that digital and learning lab spaces were important to this community. Those spaces were built with community sponsorship. $30,000 from the Wasaga Beach Lions Club, $30,000 from the Wasaga Beach Chamber of Commerce, and $3,500 from the Canadian Tire Corporation. And while I can't speak to the Canadian Tire Corporation's strategic planning in that sponsorship, I do know that the Lions Club and the Chamber of Commerce were very happy with that fit for their sponsorship dollars. The library board is aware and not taking lightly that adding $72,000 position to the budget and creating a 1/3 increase is a big ask at a time when staff has been directed to sharpen their pencils on behalf of the taxpayers. Removing the learning opportunities in the makerspace and the learning labs will be a big disappointment to the sponsors, the education and business sector, and the community at large. This also impacts the board's long-term financial and program delivery strategies. The board has been proactively considering creative solutions to reduce this impact, and they come with this request, my notes. This is what they've been doing. They've been currently marketing to the business community affordable ways to create their own promotional materials, as well as expanding employee skills. Staff plan to create library branded merchandise to create a revenue stream from the space, and most importantly, the board is creating a plan to identify and pursue sources for outside funding and sponsorships, and would very much like an opportunity to work with the CFO to develop further strategies. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Pam. Do you offer English as a second language course or study, whatever?
Through your worship, currently we have a partnership that provides an English conversation circle, so people can come in to work on their English language skills among other people who are also learning English. We have a partnership with an outside organization that provides that service.
I'm just wondering if it can be looked at, if you would have the budget to do it, because I've been speaking to some of the schools, and then the lady who spoke here last week, with immigration rising here, that it's going to be paramount, and I thought it might be a good fit for the library. There's perhaps funding for that, I don't know, but I just want to raise it now to look into and see if that's possible, and to work with the schools. It just seems a fit to me. Thank
you. Through your worship, the library also does have online service supports for people to learn other languages, including English as a second language, so that is offered for free. As well, we're investigating a whole new collection digitally that is available in many different languages. So we're doing our best to have product available and supports available, but yes, we can still look into more options. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. Do the schools know this? Like, do you work with the schools? I have no idea, but I'm just wondering. I was in a meeting yesterday and these were coming up. So do the schools know about that?
We do our best to inform the schools what is all offered at the library. I think the schools are a little insular in that, they're focused on their curriculum and doing what they do. And of course, administration changes, as do the educators. So every year we are kind of climbing that cliff one more time to explain what we offer and hoping that they do take advantage of it. So we do take the steps to have those conversations. The question is, what do they retain and what is passed on through their staff?
You say insular, I get it, because it seemed like you were in no man's land to the school, and I thought to work together, collaboration, especially on this, it's going to be paramount. Okay, thank you. It started the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. So back to that makerspace situation. Like for draft 2, are you thinking of coming back and putting those elements together and saying, hey, this is what we can do with revenue, this is what we can do with expenses, maybe look at your reserves and just kind of see like how to make that go and put it into the budget for a vote rather than leave it out? I don't want to leave that undone, without some sort of, opportunity to have us, comment and vote on that particular item specifically.
Through your worship, this afternoon we have a special meeting of the board convening so that we can discuss some options on ways that we can either potentially use reserves, potentially change our hours of service. What are our options in order to try and support some of that funding? We certainly don't necessarily want to put it all on the town, so we're looking for what can we do, and we will be coming back with some options, I'm hoping.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Worship, through you. I've got a couple here. Sorry, Pam, I didn't hear, how much was the increase over 2024's budget? I just couldn't hear that, it was a little muffled.
Operating budget, approximately 40,000.
Okay, thank you. I'm really happy to hear that there's a focus on creating some revenue, because I think there's lots of great opportunities there. Your 1.4 million in staffing, what does that look like in terms of your composition, in terms of how many positions, how many are full-time, how many are part-time, please?
Through your worship, we have 23 staff in total, including typically we have a summer program assistant. Of those 23 staff, 7 are full-time, and the remainder are part-time positions.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. The makerspace, and thank you, Councillor Timms, for bringing that forward. I get it, it's a great addition, and I think anything digitally or innovatively that we can bring forward to the community is great. Do you think there's any opportunity to find a little bit of fat in the staffing that's currently there that could maybe be moved towards the makerspace, or do you feel that you're really operating as lean as you can be administratively and staffing wise?
Through your worship, the 7 full-time people on staff, I think they're moving at 110%. In fact, this build and the greater needs of this build are certainly impacting them. So I think they're at a pretty high stress level right now, including me. Thank you very much. As far as our service team, we tap them already for our bookmobile. It's a whole different service provision, and we squeeze our service hours at the library in order to make that available. Could we squeeze a little bit more? Our issue is that those people were not hired to work in a makerspace. So when their job descriptions were written, it did not include technical expertise. It did not include interest in working with 3D printing. It did not include some of those things. Are some of our staff interested? Somewhat, but not to an nth degree. I think when we developed our staffing model for this new library, I'll be truthful, we were pretty lean in what we asked for on purpose because we know it is challenging. We knew that building was costly, and we tried to keep our costs down. I think it would be very challenging for us to find the hours that we need in order to fully activate that space. So my answer in a nutshell, sorry that was long, no, I don't think it would be ideal.
Long but to the point. Thank you, Pam. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the, the collections, the 6,000 being assigned to digital to share across the county completely makes sense. Do you think there's anything that could be done to reduce the 76 in the other part of the collection, or the 70 in the other part of the collection, just given, again, first year in the new building, already so much more has been added in terms of service level for the community. Is there any opportunity to push that out a little bit at all?
Through your worship, our collection development plan is, what we're trying to do is we're also trying to keep up with our neighbors. Our neighboring communities pay or invest more money than certainly we do into their collections. So what does that mean for our community? That means that they don't have access to the same quality, the same number of materials. And I think that our community, if they make note of that, may realize that we have to do what we need to do in order to ensure that they have the information, updated information that they need. Collections, unfortunately, do have a lifespan. Books of a fiction nature may last 10 years or so. Of a nonfiction nature, within 5 years, that information is obsolete. So having the funding in order to replace materials that are obsolete with information that is more up to date is very important. We developed this collection plan in order to try and grow our collection into our new space. Our older space, being 4,500 square feet, was very limited on what we could do. And we even tapped into our community to ask for donations in order to try and expand the collection to the size that it is today. When we started looking at this new building, our collection was about 26,000 items. Through the support of our community and their donations, we've grown it to about 39,000 items. Really, we're supposed to have minimum 2 items per capita. At our per capita of about 25,000 people, 39,000 items is not even close. So this is my concern when we talk about potentially decreasing that budget for the collection. We're not keeping up with library standards, and that is, I view, a disservice to our community.
All right, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just flagging you that the CIO kept putting his hand up to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take it personally. I just wanted to offer some input, and with the highest of respect to Pam and the library board. The challenge this year, we had a whole list of potential staff positions, and I think if we gave the floor to every member around here, we could make an equal case as powerful as what Pam has just outlined for the makerspace position. We've previously conveyed our closest comparable, town of Collingwood, has about 80 more staff than the town of Wasaga Beach. So we are all operating incredibly lean. I wish we could give more to all departments. We're trying to be as frugal as possible. I'm hopeful that the library board can take this back and be creative and see if there's a way to fund it, accessing reserves, et cetera. But if they are not able to do that, we just need a bit of clarity from council. If you would like this position inserted in the budget, it will have an impact. It will tick us up. I think it'll push us over 4 before we add the police impact. So just need a bit of clarity. And again, I appreciate it. I would love to have put it in the budget. Again, we are trying to prioritize, and there are competing interests. And again, very worthwhile, love to have put it in. It just, when you add all the competing priorities, it wasn't at the top of the list. So just need a bit of clarity from council if you'd like us to add it to the draft 2 budget.
Well, we're not going to look to council today for that clarity. We have a lot to get through here. We're going to have a draft too. I think between now and then, hopefully the library and all departments will have more information as well that they can come back to council with. You know, what's clear to me here, and when we're talking about the library specifically, and I mean, Chris is, I'm sure, going to be speaking to us about the same concerns and issues with respect to, you know, we built a building. We did everything known to man to bring the cost of that building down so we could get it built, as opposed to waiting until we had other levels of funding to help us with that. And we're now facing the consequences of that. We didn't have a clear and good understanding of the operational costs required for a building this size and a library this size, and we moved forward anyway. We didn't have a clear understanding of many of the inside and outside operations and or issues. We built a $60 million arena with $590,000 in landscaping, and we were so quick to want to cut so we could just make this happen. And this is not on staff. This is council's decisions. That we didn't install something as simple as irrigation. So this summer we had to spend $25,000, I believe, approximately was that number, to install irrigation. Or we would have lost all of the plantings, including the grass, around this facility. Now, if you're spending $60 million, good Lord, $590,000 in plantings, you would think that you would want to protect that investment. And what's another $25,000? So it's those small details that are very important details that we didn't look at. And I think we're going to face this issue over the next 3 to 5 years, trying to get staffing and collections and so on to a level that is fitting of the facility that we have here. Because to do so otherwise, I mean, our last two budgets, 4% of those budgets was to offset costs that weren't calculated in running and operating this facility. I can tell you we could probably do 4% again this year, and that might get us close to what's required. But it is what it is. And so staff and this council will deal with it. We'll get through it. But it's important for people to understand that this is the consequence of moving forward without doing all the homework, or moving forward for the sake of moving forward as opposed to doing what is maybe right and best for the community at the time. So, and before we go any further, I think it's an important time to point out that I couldn't be more proud of staff and the first round of this budget. I've been through 6 previous budgets, and I've never seen a budget come in less than double digits. I've seen them come in as high as 17% almost, where you think, you shake your head and say, why are you even presenting this to council at this point? You know it's never going to fly. But for, you know, I mean, council was clear, sharpen your pencils. And I am very proud that staff have come back to us at less than 4%. But the result of that is, A, it wasn't easy, and B, it means there are going to be services that we're not going to be able to afford this year. And it means that there, you know, it'll be maintaining what we have, if we're lucky. And so I look forward to the public input on this budget to see what the public is thinking, because we might hear from the public that, you know, appreciate the hard work of staff, but, you know, there are services we want and expect. And there's a cost to that. So good work on staff for getting to us at this level. I can tell you, when I come into this, after going through this budget, come into this meeting, I'd be just as happy to say approve it and let's move on. But we know that that's not the reality, and of course we have 1.75% coming at us from the OPP now, and of course the extras that are going to be required by staff that we'll find out in the next round. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Councillor Belanger?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, I came to my mind that, you know, we're going to have to be extremely creative and start thinking outside of the box on some of the things as we try to control costs or reduce costs or continue to provide everything we want to our community. But I was thinking about, the woodworking club that recently presented, which is a very specific skill, and they put in a lot of time and energy into community-type events. And then you look at the pickleball club, and we've had them present, and they have an executive that put in a ton of time. And I was thinking, what about a Space Makers Club? And, is it something that we can go out and find some expertise in the market? Like, I know there's a lot of people that have retired in this town, musicians and people that were in the sound industry, and I know we have a sound studio in there. We're talking about woodworking, we're talking about other things. Is there an opportunity in the short term to develop a club that would be willing to have this type of facility and equipment and be able to provide some programming to our community? Just a thought.
Thank you, Councillor. Any thoughts, Pam, on the Space Maker Club?
Through your worship, we're looking at bringing in any expertise from our community to help program these spaces. Unfortunately, the main problem, once again, is who's doing that, right? We need time and we need manpower in order to develop those connections, develop the plan, bring in the people, monitor, all that sort of thing. So it's a great concept, and we're certainly trying to get our wheels turning on these sorts of initiatives in order to provide that additional programming. It's just, once again, it is unfortunately a labor-intensive thing just to create, maintain, and monitor, but we are looking into it.
Thank you, Pam. Other questions or comments? Madam CFO, next up.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, I'd like to ask our Deputy CAO, Jerry Marshall, to present the Strategic Initiatives Department.
Thank you, Jocelyn, and good morning, Council. For the 2025 initiatives budget, really it covers several divisions. Sorry. How's that? Is that better? Oh, thank you. I always said I had a voice for radio. So our divisions are community events, economic development, special projects, sports and entertainment, and tourism and archives information center. So those are the divisions in play in this budget. Special projects, our operating budget for there is $391,000, and that's supported by taxation. Our operational functions are to lead and implement initiatives that align with Council's priorities, assist and collaborate with other departments to achieve organization-wide goals and priorities, oversee the Wasaga Beach Sports and Entertainment, community events, economic development, and archives. So it's been a busy year last year. We do have some projects that are carrying over. So we have to finalize the short-term accommodations review over the next couple of months, launch the WBSE that's underway, and that initiative's happening, assist with the development of the community hub with the high school and partnerships with Lakehead and Canadore College, and then actually initiate some new projects in 2025. We want to work on an employee rewards and recognition program. I think the deputy mayor and mayor would be familiar with those type of programs from the county of Simcoe, so that's kind of where we're headed in that direction. We want to look at a customer service model. And when we look at customer service, we're looking at that in several different lenses. So not only are residents coming to the counter for questions on services and maybe taxation or finance-related questions with our staff, but also for businesses coming to do business with us, developers into the planning department. We're also looking at customer service, internal customer service as well. So oftentimes, for instance, community events will be a customer of Public Works, because Public Works has to come in and set up the tents. So we're looking at the internal relationships and making sure that that model is, we recognize we have internal customers at times, and how we engage and improve our processes to support one another internally. I want to look at best practices for equality, diversity, and inclusion. We looked at that, and a lot of municipalities are ahead of us in terms of rolling out, this portfolio in their municipalities. So I want to learn from them. What are your best practices? What would you have done differently? What things would you brought forward earlier in the conversation? What things would you brought forward later in the conversation? So I want to understand how that looks and feels from those who have been there before us. So when we roll it out here in Wasaga Beach, we've got some best practices in mind. And then we want to look at working with the HR department in terms of succession planning and programming. Having our general managers work with the directors, directors working with managers, managers with supervisors, and supervisors with frontline employees. So trying to elevate our whole workforce through a succession program that, provides growth opportunities for employees and strengthens all our employees in all divisions through some expertise and some different mindsets and initiatives. So that's kind of our special projects one. Economic development, our operating budget for next year, you can see up there, and it's tax supported for about $476,000. The functions for this group are partnerships and collaborations, marketing, promotion, community and tourism development, investment attraction, and business and entrepreneurial support. And how that kind of rolls out in the budget is $234,000 of the budget is related to staffing, so that's for 2 staff members, and that's their salaries and benefits. Administratively, we budgeted about $56,000, almost $57,000, and that's for staff training, office supplies, resources for attending trade shows and conferences focused on promoting and investment attraction for our community, as well as doctor recruitment efforts as well. In tourism partnerships, we budgeted $85,000. This fund the town has invested in many, many years. Basically, for every dollar we spend in this fund collaborating with others, we get an equal dollar amount back, sometimes $2 for our $1 in, working with RTO7, the county of Simcoe, and those type of partnerships. Advertising, we got a budget in there from $50,000. That's really allocated for tourism campaign, business services, investment attraction, and community advertising as well. And then our economic development initiatives, about $50,000, and that's continued support for our beachfront ambassador program, funding for doctor recruitment efforts, management of sale of commercial and residential surplus lands, and ongoing support for our businesses. And then in terms of capital, it's really a couple of entry signs coming into town that you saw last year, and some beautification efforts as well. So that kind of wraps up our ECDEV budget in a high-level overview. The events budget, our operating budget is about $1.1 million, and tax support of that is just a little over $900,000. You can see the events for next year, pretty much what council is familiar with and our community has been familiar with for a number of years. Canada Day, Hootenanny, Jazz in the Park, Memories of Summer that just keeps building year after year. Rock in the River, our Santa Claus Parade, and Snowman Mania. I know last year Snowman Mania took a back seat to our grand opening event, and we clearly hear from the community that we want the Snowman Mania Family Day weekend, and so that is happening in 2025, and it's not in competition with anything else in the town. It will be that weekend. Family Day weekend will be Snowman Mania family focused. And then our capital expenditures, a lot of the expenditures here, really, we find that we rent a lot of equipment that, we spend, far too much on rentals when we should actually acquire the assets and save the town some money as we move forward. So capital expenditures really are offsetting things that we rent that really it's wiser for us to invest in up front. And I think that's kind of the overall budget, Your Worship. I'm happy for any questions or clarification comments from council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy CAO. Questions or comments? Councillor Belanger and then Councillor DeLeo.
Well, it's not really a question, but as you went through a lot of these items, is that there's also revenue generation that through a lot of ways, through taxation, commercial taxation, all kinds of things. So if we weren't making some of these investments, then our revenue numbers would also come down. So I don't know what the offset is there, but there is an offset that we are creating revenue.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Belanger, that's 100% correct. And we did listen very clearly last year. The deputy mayor's mentioned many times about, getting sponsorship. So in that budget is $10,000 in sponsorship that didn't exist last year, $6,000 in revenue for food trucks. So we did look at the revenue side to make sure that set the target such that it was a goal we could hit. We didn't want to overstate how much revenue you can get to, so we put in a number that we think we're confident in hitting, so we do have numbers in there that revenue generate to offset taxation.
And just to follow up, I know in general terms, but I know we sort of increased our incentive for doctor recruitment, and I certainly talk to a lot of residents all the time, and man, if we could get a couple of new doctors in town, that's a huge win, and I think everyone would think that money well spent for those kind of initiatives. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Your Worship, we do have a serious conversation with one new doctor underway now, and that's going quite well. And this Saturday, we've got a new group of cohort of physicians coming through to look at our clinic on Saturday morning and understand what the opportunities are here as well.
I think important to point out that although we may not have attracted the one doctor that started a complete new roster, but we did attract a doctor already that prevented a complete doctor's roster from being doctorless. Again, I would absolutely agree, money well spent. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. May I comment on the expenditures here?
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm noticing here, just to clarify, so I understand that, in 2024, it was budgeted at we spent $7,821,000. That's according here. And now for 2025 budget estimate, we're up to $191,500. Would that include what you just spoke about, the economic development, the special projects, and the events budget, operating budget? Is it all three for that? Like, am I looking in the right place here? Under Department of Strategic Initiatives? That would be, because you've got revenue, expenditures, so I'm looking at the expenditures.
Each department has their own budget, revenue, and expenditure. So economic development stands alone from community events, which stands alone from strategic initiatives. So they each have their own budget pages with expenditures and revenues associated.
Can you possibly just clarify for me, or whoever's listening, why the big, huge increase from 7,000 or 8,000 up to 191,000? I'm just curious why.
Maybe if it would be helpful if maybe I could get a GL number or line item, so I'm not sure. I'm not finding what where your lines is questioning.
Where it says Department of Strategic Initiatives, then you have events, expenditures, Office of the CAO total, then down, Department of Strategic Initiatives, Economic Development, down, and then events. It's just before the Department of Corporate Services. It's 3/4 of the way down.
All right, let's just
So if you
take...
can't find it, that's okay, we'll discuss it.
No, it's important we find it and answer the question. So did you find it, Jerry? Or Madam CFO, are you able to find this?
I can see where Councillor DeLeo's referring to the 7,000 to the 191,500 on the summary, on the draft capital budget summary. So it's for the events department, and it's capital related. And I was just trying to turn to the events capital budget, and I'm sorry, that's where I'm, just need a moment to see if I can find this on the cap summary.
I think Jocelyn's 172,000 is the
It's-
number for capital in that.
Okay, so under capital, we have equipment for furniture, chairs. This is referring to when Mr. Marshall referred to new equipment we need to purchase because we've been renting the equipment. So we have an expenditure of new chairs and other tents and racks, and that's 160,000. So that's the main increase of why the capital budget for the events department has gone up so significantly in 2025.
And I believe you spoke to that in your presentation here with respect to fencing, so on, and equipment that we were renting in the past that perhaps we should be buying to save those dollars.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay, good.
And that's why I was asking, is it all that into this one, just to clarify why this, so it's all that, so it's more clarity.
But just for reference in future, just a thought maybe that in each of these categories, we could number the pages as well, so it's easier then when we're trying to reference, we could say, section 3, page 9, line 12, and that might help us in this case. More to add, Councillor? No, good, all right. Councillor Timms? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Bishop. I just had some questions with the draft operating budget statement. One, some of the... Oh, should I put it up here? Okay, thank you. Some of the ongoing events don't have a budget, and I just wondered why that was. You mentioned Rock in the River, and it looks like no money is being budgeted for that. The summer launch, as well as the mayor's challenge. And I wondered what the Mayor Rodeo is all about. Is that the golf tournament? Just called the rodeo? Okay.
It's an event that will replace the golf tournament.
Ah,
Right.
thank you. Okay. So that was my question. Thank you.
Either Jerry or Madam CFO?
Sure, yes. So some of the events, of course, we've scaled down. So, for instance, last year we had an event on the long weekend in August, so this year we're not. So part of our events programming has been altered to reflect different activities and be budget-friendly.
So no increase over last year.
Correct.
Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Second question, Your Worship. Where is the Blues Fest sponsorship within our budget?
I believe, and I'll defer to our CFO, is that it's over in the grants section now.
Sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
The money for the Blues Festival, I think now that's over on the grants budget, I believe, is where that funding arrives.
Thank you. So we did do some consolidation of moving some of the programming in under one of the other budget lines. I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure which line that comes through on, but I do believe it's been moved out of this budget and into one of the others, and when I find it, I'll bring it to your attention. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Blanger.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to point out that when we talked about the investment into equipment that we had rented, I was very surprised this year when we were setting up for the Blues Festival that over the years that the number of plastic chairs that we had owned had decreased significantly because they do get damaged over the years, and it was explained to me that we haven't been reinvesting. So there was a dramatic need for new chairs regardless. And those I actually don't think we went out and rented. People brought their own, but they're used throughout the year for many, many events. So I just wanted to point that out.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So this is a big portfolio. It's an exciting one, especially with all the events and stuff. I'll take it in the three pieces. So first, just some comments in regards to the special projects. Really happy to hear that and focus this year is around customer service, because it's something we hear from residents from time to time, just the frustration in trying to, get answers or get responses in a timely manner. So I think, getting that to an absolute level of best practice will be very beneficial to residents and to corporate partners as well, of course, and also too, as that relates to the internal function, because you're right, that, like when you look at special events, there's so many moving parts between Kevin's department and Chris's department and whatnot that contribute to the overall success of that. So looking at, those efficiencies too, I think is fantastic. In regards to the economic development, this is a department that's going to have a lot of attention over the next couple of years, especially with the beachfront development. And I think so any professional development that can be done or tuning in with that to make it, again, that same level of best practice, as we're going to have a lot of eyeballs of investors looking in our community and a lot of commercial opportunities coming forward, especially with all of that commercial space that's going to be down there. So I'm glad to see that we're continuing to push that forward. In regards to the community events, so the 1.1 million budget that goes to taxation, or sorry, the 915K that's applied to taxation, that $95,000 gap, that's what you're speaking to in regards to sponsorship specifically? Okay, that's great to hear, and I think there's, again, like with the movie nights, so many great opportunities there as well in terms of so many businesses I think that would want to, proudly brought to you by this person, because I was down for a couple of movie nights, and, it draws a great, diverse, large group of people to go and watch some of those movies. I'm happy to hear as well in regards to the purchasing of equipment. That's a smart investment. I'm assuming, although I don't see it in a revenue line on that piece, are you planning to rent out that equipment to other communities potentially to generate revenue, as other communities may not have it and be paying big commercial rates?
Hadn't thought about that, but it would be a brilliant idea for draft number 2. I'll search that out, but we hadn't gone down that path. But as you said that, I know when we first started looking at events at the TPAL, we reached out to Barry to see if they could help her Collingwood. So you're right, our neighbors might be a potential customer for us to look at that we didn't look at this point.
Thank you. Just a quick little follow-up. I think that's a great thing to do, because all communities are looking at how to get things cheaper, right? And especially as we're all investing in events, because we know that they drive tourism and are just such a healthy contribution to our communities. I look at it, Clearview, for example, how they have their 10 by 10 tents that are branded Clearview, and they rent them out to other communities to be able to use, so that we're not needing so much. And I think Collingwood also has some fencing. So I think there's some really good opportunities there. I'm glad to hear you're going to be looking at that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. There's no other comments or questions. We'll move on. Actually, before we move on, are you finished, Jerry?
Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, why don't we take a 5-minute, let's make it an 8-minute bio break, and we'll come back at 5 after. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. And we'll look to our CFO, Jocelyn Lee, to carry on. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the corporate services budget includes both Information Technology Department and the Treasury Financing budgets. I'm going to turn it over first to our IT manager, Chris Hodgins, for that budget, and then I'll speak to the Treasury Financing budgets. And at that time, when I'm speaking to Treasury Financing, I'll come back to Councillor Tim's question and answer that one. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and the rest of council. I'm here to talk about the IT budget for 2025. We have our operational function and cost drivers, so the majority of the costs come through staffing. We have our web maintenance, so the website, changes to the site, hosting fees, things such as that. Our user support, so that's supporting all users across the town, as well as some external users. And then IT maintenance and security. Making sure that our network is safe and secure and everything is up to date and working as it should be. Some of the priority initiatives we have for this year are developing an internal intranet. So this comes back to the communication and customer service that we have been talking about so much. So providing a place inside for staff to access information, as well as some internal training. So we're going to look at putting out some lunch and learns to help bring staff up to date on technology, how to use it, any changing in trends and things like that. And then again, as the Deputy CAO was saying about customer service enhancements, that's another priority. I know a lot of departments are looking at certain things, so we're going to be there to help and assist them with that. Some of the capital highlights for us are our financial system server lifecycle, so that is what Treasury uses that needs to be replaced this year. We need to cloud virtualize 14 of our servers, so rather than replacing our current system, we're going to virtualize 14 of our servers up into the cloud. We need to upgrade all of our office suites, so those are end of life as of 2025. So we need to upgrade everybody to Office 365 so they're on the latest version and more secure, more safe. And then we're also going to be looking at rolling out Microsoft Intune in conjunction with that. That's some more enhanced security, as well allows us asset control, so we're able to remotely roll out applications to people. If somebody happens to misplace a laptop, we're able to do things remotely so nobody can access it. We can shut things off and basically wipe it so nobody can do anything with that. Our capital expenditures, equipment is about $151,000, and we're transferring $25,000 to reserves. Some of that money comes from leases we have on equipment on certain properties. And then our overall budget is about $830,000. Most of that comes from taxation support, $668,000, but we do have other amounts that come from other departments transferred over to us because we help service those departments, so that's where some of that funding comes from. And as well, the other parts I mentioned with the money from different avenues, whether it's rentals or leases on other properties. And I'd be hoping to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. Questions or comments for Chris in IT? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chris. I see in the line you have 55,000, or sorry, the actual in 2024, you generated $29,445. How did you do that?
Let me just double check here, sorry.
Sorry, it's in section 3, first page at the bottom, information technology. There's revenue, expenditures, and then the net revenue.
I might have to defer to Jocelyn for that.
Thank you, through your worship. So the $55,000 of revenue, that's generated from mainly rental properties that we had. And I'm just double checking something before I complete my answer to you.
While you're doing that, I think, and those rental properties are predominantly to cell tower sites, I'm assuming. Okay.
And, sorry, actually, that would be on the operating side, the rental properties. The 55,000 you're referring to is on the capital side, and it's a transfer from reserves. So it's 55,000 transferred from reserves.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I'm just looking at the annual numbers, and, you know, we had a budget of 110, and I guess actual rate now is 49,000, and then going to 121. Are we expecting some major costs going into the end of the year, or there's projects that got pushed back to 2025?
Could I just ask for clarification on what page you're looking at?
I'm looking at, under corporate services, information technology. It said the budget for 2024 was 110,000. Actual, we're at 49,000. And then for draft budget 121. So I was,
Okay, so I'm just...
section 3, same place we were at, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just getting, that's on the capital budget. So I'm just getting to the capital budget here. Okay, so now I've got the place where I see the expenditures. There's various equipment that's purchased. So in 2024, there was computer and office equipment of 26,000, and in 2025, it's 41,000. And then in security systems, there was 55,000 spent in '24, but now there's 110,000 spent in 2025. So that's the main differences in the computer and the security systems. There's just more being spent in 2025 than there was scheduled for 2024.
So just for clarity, I understand that, but we're, like, under the information technology, we're, I guess, that they got corporate services, but I'm saying it's saying net revenue expenditures. It's saying we're currently at 49,000, but the budget was 110. So have we pushed planned purchases? Are they going to end in the end of the year, or are they being pushed into 25?
Through your worship, no, the 49,000 just represents where we are year-to-date in 2024. We still anticipate spending the 110 in 2024. And then these are new expenditures in 2025.
Okay, that was my question, whether or not we had pushed a major purchase to the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Jocelyn, you indicated $110,000 for security. Can you elaborate on that? Would it be IT internal security or outside camera securities?
I'm going to see if Chris has got the details on the actual security cameras.
So security refers to, sorry, I'm just going to move this back so I can see you. Security refers to everything, so whether it's our network, so monitoring our network, monitoring our email. It does include security cameras on sites. It also includes the security systems, so when somebody comes in and they have to disarm, so everything falls under that.
Because it's quite a bit big of an increase. So what would be the difference from 2024? What are we going to add to 2025 for such a big increase?
If that is under, which I believe we're talking about the capital, yeah, so that is installing 2 more CCTV cameras out, one at Veterans Drive, and then another one at Sunnydale Road. So that's what that funds are planning to be used for.
So it's just the 2 extra CCTV cameras. Are you anticipating any more throughout the town?
Not at this time. Those 2 have been in the plan for the last about 2 years. It's just now we're able to hopefully fund it to do it, but no other ones have been planned at the moment.
So I just want to make some, clarify here. You're talking about the $110,000 that is still left in the 2024 budget. It's not an increase for 2025. It's what's left in the 2024 budget. Is that correct, Councillor? Okay. Well, the 110,000 that you're looking at is not an increase, it's what's currently left in this year's budget.
Right, but 176,000 is budgeted for 2025.
Right. So the clarity I'm looking for here is the two CCTV cameras, are they for this year or for 2025 included in the increase?
So those are for next year. So this year, there was money for them, but it's not enough to cover them all. So that is being rolled into next year. So this year, we had $55,000 in the budget. We're adding another 50 to bring that to that 110.
So roughly each camera is about 50 grand?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, wow, all right. Good there, Councillor? All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, moving along.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to go through the Treasury budget now. And the Treasury Department provides financial services both to the public and for internal departments. And within the Treasury Administration, the Customer Service Counter offers assistance to taxpayers regarding their tax and water accounts and processes financial transactions for other departments as well. The year-end financial statements are prepared by the department staff and in preparation for the annual audit, and quarterly financial information is provided to council, and monthly internal financial statements assist budget holders with their financial management responsibilities. Cash management and the investing of reserve funds is maintained, and some of the major cost drivers for the Treasury budget are the staffing, financial software, and interest costs. The Treasury Department opened a new customer service portal in '24, which provides taxpayers the opportunity to register an account that will allow them to see their water and tax accounts, make a payment on their account, see transactions and statements, and access other town services such as building, planning, and recreation. During '25, the existing website payment options will be removed as we transition customers to this new access point that will offer more one-stop customer service experience working alongside with other initiatives that will occur in 2025 that were spoken about earlier with regards to customer service. In addition to better services, the new portal will add efficiency to the Treasury Department functions. A second project continuing is one of moving the accounts payable process to electronic processing. This project will offer more efficient processing to departments and enhance the accounts payable function internally. A new project for 2025 is the upgrade to the water sewer billing software to a fully supported version that will provide improved analytics, allowing for more efficient use of staff time, accurate and timely billings, and allow for better support to Public Works in identifying and responding to the water meter transmitter problems. With regards to staffing needs for Treasury, there is an addition of a new position, Senior Analyst Admin, which will provide capacity for Treasury to address several ongoing analytic tasks and provide administrative support for the Treasurer. The new role will help to reduce significant overtime and work towards clearing the backlog. The wages and benefits are estimated and included in the Draft 1 budget at a cost of $111,000. Revenues for the Treasury Department include interest and dividend payments related to the note receivable from WD Hydro, penalties and interest on tax accounts, investment interest and interest earned on bank accounts, user fees such as tax certificates and tax statements. For 2025, the total revenues net of the reserve and internal transfers are $692,000. The expenditures for the Treasury in total are $2.1 million. The major cost is related to staffing, which represents 76% of the budget. The next two highest costs, 12%, include postage and interest expense. Postage is related to the mailing of tax and water bills. The interest expense relates to the cost of online payment service providers and credit card payment fees. The remaining costs for admin, audit, and financial software make up the balance of the budget of $262,000, or 12%. New this year is the corporate financing and expenses budget. We have moved several financing and corporate-related expenditures into this budget where they are better represented. Under the revenue section, there is interest earned on investments made during the year. Casino revenue received from the current year is included. Reserve transfers from the tax rate stabilization reserve that we use to help curb tax increases is in this budget. Remaining revenues include grant revenues related to federal gas tax, Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund from the province, and the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund to support operating costs. The expenses captured in this budget include reserve transfers related to the grants noted in the revenue section, which are moved into reserves, corporate insurance costs, corporate legal expenses, and the grant program to organizations and internal transfers for grant leveraging. And in response to Councillor Tim's question earlier, it is the grants to organizations line that now includes $57,000 worth of events-related grants to organizations. And that's where the Blues Fest funding would be. So the total net taxation cost in this budget is approximately $100,000. The town's debt carrying costs for both principal and interest reflect costs for 6 requirements. The first one being the beachfront properties debt is $777,000 annually. There is a debenture for streetlights, which costs $259,000 per year. A prior year fire truck purchase has a cost of $55,000. And the Main Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project carries at a cost of $642,000. The debt carrying cost expected for 2025 for the TPAL building is $850,000, and the total annual carrying cost for all requirements is $3.1 million. The town, through the total annual borrowing limit that the province provides to us, is allowed to carry a total of $10.3 million in carrying costs. So looking at this, the town is using 30% of total available capacity that we are authorized to use for debt carrying cost. So 30% is what we'll be carrying in 2025. So that completes the Treasury and financial section. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you. I just had one question, and that was on the streetlights, where the carrying cost was $55,000, but I understand there was a significant savings in going to the new LED format. So I think on some of the others it's a straight cost, but I'm wondering if our Kevin knew what kind of savings we were getting from that initiative.
Kevin?
Only because I have it in front of me here, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe at the time when we undertook the improvements to the LED fixtures at a total cost of $2.4 million, the return on investment based on the energy consumption savings was about 10 years. And we had reduced our average annual cost per fixture by 56%. And our electricity consumption had reduced by 63%, or upwards of $1.2 million, if that helps to clarify your question.
Thank you. Need more of those.
We certainly do. All right, next is Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jocelyn, so just, I want to look back at the credit card fees. I'm sure you probably saw this question coming. I'm just looking in here, in the budget for revenue, for 24, you had $10,000 in revenue with no actual. And then in the 25 draft, you have $15,000 for revenue on that. In expenditures, I don't see it itemized specifically, but you do have interest and service charges. I'm sure it's included in there, which you have an expense line of $150,000 in there. And is that read like we don't collect the 2% service charge fee for credit cards?
Through your worship, the $150,000, the interest and credit card line, is not just credit card charges that is in that account. We also have all these different online payment services that we provide through our websites and different channels that they can pay the equipment for paying for parking, things like that. We get charged from the service provider for those online. So a large portion, I'm going to estimate $80,000, $90,000 of that charge is related to those expenses. Then on top of that, we do have costs that we incur for credit card payments. And we did change our policy so that we would not charge the customers for those payments. So we are absorbing them right now. There is still a technical challenge to be able to move towards charging our 2% surcharge. I'm still hopeful that for 2025, we will have that in place and be able to start charging for that. But basically what it comes down to is when the printout receipt is printed, it must show the 2% surcharge on it. And the online payment provider, last time it was the bank that didn't have the ability. Now I've learned it's the online payment provider also is not up to speed on that yet. So we're trying to get that technology in place and to get that available so that we can start in the new year to charge the 2%, which would then bring in some revenue to help offset that expense.
So perhaps we should be telling our online payment providers and our banks that if they can't provide that service, then that they should reduce our costs by that service. I mean, it's, in this day and age, it's absolutely ludicrous that a bank, we know they don't make much money, but what little they make, that they're, with their IT departments, they couldn't simply add a line that, shows that 2% or whatever it is. And the same for the online payment companies. I mean, I don't think any of these companies are going broke. So when you speak to them, Madam CFO, what's the response we're getting? Hopefully it's not just we're not able to do that.
The response we're getting is that they are working on it and they do anticipate it coming through, but nobody can give us a timeline as to when that change will be implemented. I am expecting, though, that it's been almost a year now since that rule was changed. It was October of last year. So I would expect that they must be getting close to rolling that out now. But we periodically call and ask, and usually the answer is still the same. Yes, we are working on it. It is coming, and no, we don't have an exact date of when it will be available.
So have we made the decision then to charge where we can, and where we can't, we can't? The customer, the taxpayer can then decide how they want to pay. If there's a savings of 2%, they might want to pay it a different way at that point. But at this point, what I'm hearing is we're just not collecting anything.
So for 2025, that's where we're looking at. If we don't have technology to support it, we're looking at how do we then address this issue. So that is something that I was considering for November to December timeframe. To if we don't have technology at that point, how are we going to change what we offer at the counter to be able to accommodate that? So we are looking at options.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. A comment and then a question. The comment, I'm still opposed to the 2% visa fee. I think our taxes went up enough. We don't need to incur that just yet. So my question to you is, you had indicated $200,000 grants to organizations. Is there a list of these? Because I find 200,000 a little high because I've never seen that. You have a list of all these organizations that are getting these grants?
Through your worship, I believe you're referring now to the grants to organizations line item in the Treasury budget. So, and I believe that number is 100,000 in 2025. And so the amount that we spend to organizations is approximately $40,000 each year. And then the balance of that budget is the events items. So we put out the advertisement for the program in the fall, so it's just going out now for next year. And then we have applicants apply, so it's nonprofit organizations that apply. Maximum that they can receive is $5,000, and it's prorated amongst all of the applicants that we receive. So a list of which organizations we gave those funds to could be compiled easily enough. We have all that information, but we don't have it readily available to share here today.
On your screen, you had 200,000, on your screen, it was $200,000 grants to organizations. I'm questioning that one.
So let me just go back here and we'll make sure that, pardon me? Next. Grants to, okay, so let me just check here on my sheet. I think I have an error on the slide because it was 100,000 in the 25 budget, okay? My apologies for that.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. In regards to the postage being such a significant cost, the postage, has your team considered doing some sort of campaign to really highly promote folks to move to an online option with maybe some sort of chance to win some concert tickets or something like that that we're offering to, again, from the environmental perspective, but also to try to reduce that significant investment each year?
Through your worship, there's two things that we're doing. First of all the staff in the Treasury Department advocate for this regularly on the phone calls that they get. They let them know that they can go to various other payment methods and have their bills online or the other options that they have for making payments. But then a lot of people still like that hard copy. One of the things they want to do is come in and they just want that stamp on their tax bill that says it's paid. So it's a difficult challenge in some instances to move people away from that. Also with our online portal, we're planning to have a little bit of a campaign go forward as we remove the payment option off the website and get them moved over to these accounts. Then they could start to receive their bill through their account. So we're trying to move them in that direction as much as we can, but again, you're dealing with a lot of people who are very comfortable having a piece of paper in their hand and a stamp on that piece of paper. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can totally appreciate that. My former mother-in-law was that way. She would go to the bank with all of her papers, stand in line, get the stamp, so I get it. But I
Now,
think,
Deputy Mayor, let's not be slamming our mother-in-laws.
no. I saw in there you have a revenue sponsor, under your revenue line, you have a sponsorship of $59,600. Where did that come from, like in terms of a sponsorship, just out of curiosity, if you know?
Thank you. I'm just looking something up here. So this is related, I believe, to sponsor. I'm sorry, I don't want to give you the wrong information. It is sponsorship related. My comment says look in the backup file for the details. So if you'll just bear with me in the afternoon, I'll respond to that question after I've had a chance to look at that detail.
Thank you, and I'm just always curious on the revenue side, so if you can't find it, no worries at all, Madam Treasurer. Just in regards, just final question, in regards to the online payment, I am in favor of putting the 2% fee back to the user if they want to use the convenience of their credit card for their tax payments or any other payments. In regards to the online provider, so if for clarification, if the online provider is able to show the 2%, or sorry, excuse me, the bank is able to show the 2%, but our online payment provider is not able to, Has your team considered accepting credit card payments only in person then, so that we can show the 2% on the printout that the client receives, and then we're able to recoup that 2%?
Certainly, that would be one of the alternative options in the fall when we're looking at this, but at this point in time, neither the bank nor the online service can provide it. So we don't have that option yet, but should that come forward and we get it working with either one of them, we may say that the only place that we can accept the credit card payments is through that option. So we are looking at how do we get in to a position where we can use the online, or use the 2% surcharge.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Can you just reiterate, what does the 2% come to on an annual basis again? Sorry. Was it around 220,000? That's a number in my head. I don't know why, but.
I don't have that exact number because it really depends on how many users use it, but that's why we've only estimated 15,000 on revenue on the low side, but because we really don't know what kind of volume we get. As I said, the 150,000 expense, 80,000, 90,000 of that is just online service provider charges. So I would estimate it's in the 20 to 40,000 range, but I don't have the exact number.
Sorry, Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I recall this too. I remember seeing, and this is what triggered this conversation to begin with back in 2023 or 2022, where we looked at it. It was $180,000 a year being charged, but you might have had it as a single line, like bucket, saying just, credit card charges, where we assume that they were all stemming from purchases rather than all the fees combined. So that's why I was just a little shocked. I was expecting a larger number too, especially on the revenue side, or even just less of an expense if people opt to not use their credit cards to collect points to pay the tax bill. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I kind of was going with that. So I guess we'll wait and see how it goes, but I thought it was a lot higher.
And through your worship, you're correct that that's what happened, is the 180,000 number did include these online payment service charges, but it was labeled credit charges, and I think we actually changed the name of the account because of that reason.
Yeah, I asked the question because if I recall correctly, it was somewhere between 0.5 and 0.75% on the tax base. It was a significant number. And so if we look at the tax increase this year, if we were recouping those dollars, if that number is correct, 180, 200, whatever, we'd actually be at, 3.25 to 3.5%. So it is, collecting those fees is a way to decrease the tax burden on the majority of taxpayers as opposed to the few that want to use their credit cards. And so it's why I support that as well. All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, moving along.
Okay. Just need to turn to my correct page, and then we'll move forward. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move into the community services budget, and we're going to ask our general manager, Craig Williams, to begin the presentations.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Jocelyn, and good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I'll introduce the proposed 2025 community services budget. I'll present the fire department budget, and then I'm sure there won't be any questions at all, so we'll move straight to Director Roos to speak about the facilities and the recreation budget. So the fire department budget includes a number of operational functions. Obviously, we take care of the administration of the fire and emergency services. We also oversee the 911 fire department dispatch contract that sees all the 911 calls answered in our town. And I'll speak to that in just on the next slide. Our fire code enforcement, we have a fire prevention officer that conducts about 350 fire and life safety inspections each year. He also oversees our public education program, which sees the delivery of about 200 community outreach hours annually. In 2025, we will likely respond to somewhere in the ballpark of 2,300 emergency responses. Because of the introduction of MPDS, the Medical Dispatch Priority System, in late November 2024, that number might see a little bit of a reduction, which would be a welcome change. But it's good. It should be over 2,000 calls for sure. We also have firefighter training requirements that I'll speak to on the next slide, as well as the cost to operate the 2 fire stations and 13 fire department vehicles. We also have the budget for the health and safety program corporately, as well as emergency management program, and a new budget line this year will be poverty reduction initiatives. So our operating budget is $4.8 million. There's a number of highlights that I'd like to just quickly touch on. The first is in 2022, the provincial government introduced a new regulation named Mandatory Firefighter Certification. And the intention of this regulation is to ensure that all firefighters are safely serving their communities. And this applies not just to career firefighters, but also volunteer firefighters. So there's 2 important dates with that regulation, and they are 2026 and 2028. So by 2026, all firefighters in Ontario must have, at minimum, the basic firefighting training package, which is NFPA Firefighter Level 1 and 2, and as well as hazardous material operations training. I'm happy to say that our fire department is in excellent shape, and we are currently 100% certified, so we've met that deadline. By 2028, however, all of the technical rescue disciplines under NFPA have to be completed. So it's a community risk-based assessment that you perform to determine which technical rescue training is required. So in our case in Wasaga Beach, obviously open water, ice water, and swift water, as well as rope rescue, are very important disciplines to protect our community. So we have a multi-year plan to address those training requirements. It will take a couple of years, but we're on our way. So the budget includes those requirements. That unfortunately comes with a overtime requirement for training, because it's difficult to train these specialty training requirements while on duty because of our limited staffing numbers. So you will see a bump in our overtime budget this year, and that is primarily to take care of this training requirement. Although I would like to highlight as well, in 2024, the council made a decision to approve a junior firefighter position in our suppression branch, and the intention of introducing that position was to help offset some of our overtime costs. So year to date for 2024, we've realized about $40,000 worth of cost avoidance. Now obviously we also have to pay a wage to that individual, so it's not straight cost savings, but what it allows us to do is avoid $40,000 worth of overtime so far this year, and it also from time to time has allowed us to have 5 firefighters on duty on specific days, which of course helps us to inch kind of very slowly closer to helping with our staffing numbers. Our next point there is dispatch services. So we're required to obviously have someone answer the phone when they call 911. So we are in year 1 of a 5-year contract service with the City of Barrie to answer the fire department dispatch line. It's about $92,000 a year, but that provides 24/7, 365 answering services. Fire prevention initiatives, our proposal is essentially that we run it with the same program that we did this year. You will see a small increase in that number. The reason for that increase is our current Sparky has been a member of our fire department for 12 years now. And if you convert that to dog years, that's about 80 years. And he's done well for us, but he's getting tired and it's time to retire him. So we're hoping to adopt a new Sparky to help us out next year with our community programming. Our new budget line this year is poverty reduction. So what we're requesting is $10,000, and that would come out of the casino revenue source, so not on taxation. And those funds would be earmarked to help us take care of initiatives in 2025 that are identified by the Poverty Reduction Task Force, and they would also be used to operationalize the municipal emergency warming and cooling centers that we introduced early on this year. On the capital side of our budget, we do have a $470,000 transfer to reserve, and that is a multi-year strategic plan that takes care of putting some money away to take care of our large fleet purchases, radios, self-contained breathing apparatus, some of our highest expense items, and help to flatten out our impact on taxation. We do have a number of scheduled replacement items, part of life cycling, parts of our personal protective equipment, such as bunker gear, helmets, and gloves. We also are embarking on the first year of a 5-year plan to replace all of our portable and mobile radios, as well as pagers, which are part of a life cycle program. And we have 76 cylinders from our self-contained breathing apparatus that are up for expiry that are required to be replaced. So the total for that those items is $150,000. And then finally, we have scheduled the life cycling of our marine unit, which is a boat currently. It's a 32-year-old boat that was previously purchased by some grant that was available at the time. I believe it's probably the oldest vehicle in the municipal fleet at 32 years. And, you know, beyond its age, and that comes with additional repair costs and finding parts, it is deemed to be not the appropriate vehicle for how we perform our marine response. When you look at our emergency response in the water, very seldom do we respond to fires, we respond to drownings. And the proposal is to replace that boat with 2 Sea-Doos that would each have room for 2 firefighters on each with a rescue board on the back. We would be positioning them in the water for faster deployment, and we know that Sea-Doos are far more versatile, and they can get to a lot of the areas in our water courses that our boat just simply can't get to, including down the river. And we've had a number of drownings in areas where our boat wasn't able to get to. So to replace the boat with something similar to what Collingwood Fire Department just purchased is about $150,000. So by looking at this alternate option, we're reducing that request from sort of $150,000 down to $80,000 as well, and we actually think it'll be better suited for the operation that we typically respond to. And our final slide here isn't a great one. You know, unfortunately, as a public service, we heavily rely on taxation. We do apply for grants when they're available, but they're fairly far and few in between. But what you'll see on this graph is just the vast majority of our budget is investment in our staffing, and it is what it is. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
I thought you didn't think you'd have any questions, Chief.
On to Director Rouse.
All right. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Williams, Fire Chief Williams. The Warming Center, I know we brought it up last year. You have it at minus 30 degrees Celsius before you open them up. And I had suggested if we can open them up at minus 20 degrees Celsius. Can we still do that? Will it increase your budget tremendously? Because I think minus 30 is just, it's not acceptable. I know it's a Simcoe standard, but we don't have to follow what everybody else does. If we can bring it down to minus 20 so these people can get, the Volunteer can get some heat, I think that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo, and through your worship. We can make anything happen, you know, obviously. How I would recommend that we approach this is part of the request for the money for the property reduction task force was the task force was to bring back a report to council on their priorities for 2025. I can ask that task force to revisit this item specifically and come back with a recommendation on adjusting the temperatures. And ultimately, I guess to answer your question, would it have a tremendous impact? I guess the biggest impact would be on staffing hours to be able to operate that overnight.
Thank you, but it would be well worth it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Ego.
And through you, Your Worship. Not that I'm looking for more purchases on equipment, but I'm curious about water safety. There was a drowning in the beach this year, and a drone played a huge part in finding the person that drowned. Do you have a drone, or does the OPP have a drone? How did that happen? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Egan, through your worship. We do have a drone. So we have a small drone that the fire department operates. It's kept on Rescue 5, and it deploys to every single water rescue incident. It has a dual camera on it, so it has a typical camera that sees normal light patterns, but it also has an infrared camera on it that we found to be of particular use in some of these scenarios. We do deploy it as soon as we can. The challenge with deploying it is we have to follow some fairly stringent direction from Transport Canada, which requires us to have basically multiple people a part of the drone deployment as spotters. So knowing our staffing is what it is, we have to wait till our off-duty staff often are arriving on scene to deploy it. But we do have one. We do launch it. We also obviously depend on the OPP, sometimes the park staff, sometimes bylaw to help us out with these calls. And we do have a direct line to the Joint Rescue Coordination Center, JRCC, which launches the Coast Guard out of Meaford and Beausoleil Island as well. So we have a drone and it's deployed the best we can.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to comment on how quickly teams came together in a tragedy this year, and it was very impressive to see all of that and to see the equipment. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief, if you don't mind, so just looking through your budget for expenditures, I like the ones that had expenditures in the past that don't have expenditures now. That's awesome. Or if they're lower, that's even better. However, in the past, you've been really good at spending about $100,000 on insurance, $30,000 to $40,000 on building maintenance, 20 grand on hydro, 10 grand on water, 15 grand on oil. These are all zeros now. Like, is this accounted for somewhere else? Are you not maintaining these things? We don't need insurance anymore? Like, what happened here?
Thank you, Councillor. It's magic. It's gone. Certainly, our treasurer could speak in depth to this, but essentially for all departments, we consolidated a number of the budget lines this year to a corporate account. So that's where you're going to see insurance and utilities all consolidated. On the facilities line, we've done similar as well to try and find additional efficiencies where we've consolidated a lot of the facility costs to the facilities department so that they can better manage the maintenance of these vehicles, or these facilities, I should say. Was there anything else to add?
Thank you. No, through your worship, that explains it. It's just that we've consolidated those lines elsewhere.
So from an accounting standpoint, Madam CFO, we've consolidated all of those department lines into one. How are we allocating them to get a true cost of the departments?
On the bottom of that the fire department budget, you would see a transfer to facilities, and you'll see $75,810. That's it coming back as a charge against that budget, but the actual line items sit in the facilities budget so that the facilities department can manage and get the efficiencies out of all the different building costs that we have.
So that line item then is accumulation of all of those costs that are now zeroed out?
That's correct.
Okay.
The only one that would be different would be the insurance has gone to the corporate finance line, so that we have all the insurance except for the self-sustaining departments like the building department and water, wastewater. The insurance cost stays in those budgets, but all the rest of the corporation insurance cost sits in the finance, corporate finance budget.
All right, thank you. Now, sorry, did I see your hand, Councillor Belanger? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. In a very tight budget year, if we had one water rescue boat, 32 years old, and we were using it for water rescue, could we not consider one Sea-Doo this year with 2 firefighters and aboard, and then a second one next year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Belanger, so we can, and we did have this conversation about what's the best way to implement this. My recommendation is that we move forward with both. They're essentially about $25,000 per watercraft, and then the additional cost is for trailer, dock, and outfitting with equipment and emergency lights, radios, and that sort of thing. From a training perspective and putting a proper response in place, as well as we're going to have to buy a trailer that's meant for 2 Sea-Doos. We're going to have to buy a dock that's meant for 2 Sea-Doos. I don't think we're going to realize that much of a saving by going one at a time. It'll also mean that we will have to keep the ongoing costs of the current boat, in this year's budget, so we're going to pay for that. The one piece that isn't identified here, but we're well aware of it, is we won't be giving that boat away. Obviously, there's some resale, especially in the engine of that boat, and that money will help offset some of the costs of these Sea-Doos as well. So in the end, by moving the boat out, I don't think we're going to, or saving the boat for another year, I don't think we're going to realize much savings at all.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the Chief. I might have missed it in your presentation. The grant that you received, was that for the Station 2 upgrades?
In the 2024 budget? I think it would.
Yeah.
Yes, it shows 2024 was 102,700 and change. Was that for Station 2 upgrades?
That would be for Station 2 upgrades, yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. Just a couple of comments and amongst some questions. The 10K for the poverty reduction, I think that's a great use of casino funds. Obviously, as a community, we need to get a plan moving forward. And that was such a great event of collaboration between the partners. I really enjoyed participating in it and look forward to potentially being a part of that task force. You mentioned about the upgrading equipment. Do we repurpose our old equipment that still has some life, although it may be expired, it's still functional? Can we repurpose them to other communities further up north that may not have budget for new?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through Your Worship. Yes, where we can. Some equipment, once it's expired, it's reached end of life, it's no longer safe to be used. However, things like bunker gear, helmets, items like that, sometimes some of our old hose appliances, we do repurpose them to other communities. So there's a number of organizations, Global Fire being one of them, that typically do an equipment pickup in the area at least once a year, and they'll bring that equipment to either a Northern Ontario community or sometimes somewhere in South America, that they can continue to use that for a while longer.
Excellent. I'm so happy to hear that. For the marine piece, I think that's a brilliant idea to move to Sea-Doos, especially as, Councillor White was talking earlier about how much the river has dropped right now, right? So that will definitely ensure greater access. Where are you planning to dock position your docks?
That is a great question, a timely question. We just met with the superintendent of the park yesterday, actually, to discuss various options. You're probably aware that the park's boat is docked beside Nancy Island, and he was open to the conversation that we would be able to purchase a floating dock and park our Sea-Doos at the same location. It currently has video surveillance, which was, an important part for us for security. It has a nice parking lot, which allows for off-duty firefighters to respond directly there and have quick deployment. And I think it makes sense for a whole lot of reasons. So we just need to figure out a few more details on the logistics of that. But as of today, that would be our preference, to keep them in the water and close by.
Okay, that's great to hear. It's unfortunate that we don't have an opportunity on this side of the river or on this side of the bridge, just given sometimes the crazy traffic down there. It would allow you for faster access if, for example, the old library location, if it had proper terrain going down to the river or some of the security features that you were speaking about.
And I think there's always going to be opportunity to look at a more efficient response as well. Before my time, I know that there was a discussion about perhaps building a boathouse of sorts that perhaps could be a joint venture with the OPP. And my understanding is that they ran into some hiccups with the Conservation Authority in getting proper approvals to put this in place. So, no conversation is ever over, but I think, we have a plan in place to implement this for next year, and we'll continue to look for more efficient ways of deploying in the future.
Sorry, one final, thank you. Again, I think there could be a sponsorship opportunity, whether it's St. Ange Recreation or the manufacturers themselves, for them to know that they're giving even at cost or sponsored or being lettered up or whatnot, to go to such a great life-saving cause. I'm assuming you'll go through some of those exercises to get that price way, way, way down?
I can reach out to Mountain Dew and Skittles and see what we can get on the side of the Sea-Doos. Yeah, we can certainly explore it. I believe that Wasaga Marine sponsored the trailer that the boat sits on in the 30 years ago. And I think a great starting point would be the local marinas and see if they want to be involved. And I guess that conversation will start right from the procurement side of things, as we'll reach out to all of our local marinas and see if there's willingness to help us select the appropriate vessels and get them implemented. It's a great idea.
All done, Deputy Mayor? I'm all done. All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Just one question, and again, I am not the expert, and I have all the faith in the world that you and your team are making the right decision, but I look at rescue on 2 Sea-Doos in Georgian Bay in rough water versus firefighters safely inside a boat, and that concerns me. Can you speak to that? Can you? I mean, I get it in the river, but Georgian Bay sometimes isn't fit for man or beast. So, what do we do in that situation? Does that render us not able to get out there?
Thank you, Worship. And I guess respectfully, I have the exact opposite thought, to be perfectly honest with you. Seeing how the boat is used and its ability to navigate in rough water, it's difficult out there. We all know what the mouth of the river can look like, and I personally witnessed times where it looked like our boat was going to go underwater because the waves come over top. Using Sea-Doos, we can put 2 firefighters on each one of them, and we'll purchase a rescue mat. You might be familiar with these from watching, surfing competitions in Hawaii. So the idea is you locate the victim, a firefighter jumps off the back, pulls the victim up and onto the board, and then rides the board with the victim onto the shore. So when you look at that compared to trying to lift a person who's in the water over the side of our current boat and in, it's far more dangerous and awkward, and an injury is likely to our firefighters with our current setup, to be perfectly honest with you. I see the Sea-Doos being a much more suitable fit for efficient response, but safety as well.
So I'm not trying to argue with you, Chief. I guess my concern is about the safety of our firefighters first and foremost, and putting them at peril. So I guess where I'm going with this is, compared to the current boat we have, perhaps Sea-Doo is the right choice. But is it the right choice compared to us looking at? And it would be more costly, obviously, but looking at the right apparatus or the right boat. Or is this something that most fire departments are going to, and what works best, and we've seen that and it's been proven?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wouldn't say it's what most fire departments are going to, but most fire departments also don't have the same navigable waterways that we have, to be honest. The other considerations we have is that Collingwood Fire Department just bought their first boat a few years ago. It's a Stanley boat, so the big silver ones that have the front that can fold down. We also have Beausoleil First Nations, who's an auxiliary or affiliate member of the Coast Guard, that they're half an hour away. And I actually think it's a great use of resources, because then we have a lot of different options in the immediate area. So if we need a larger boat to navigate rougher waters, or for whatever reason the Sea-Doos aren't appropriate, we can call Collingwood and Beausoleil, and they'll be here in half an hour roughly. And likewise, if they need our assistance, we would deploy to help them. So I think it gives us a lot more options available by going the Sea-Doo route.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break here for everybody. So we'll be back at 1:15.
Through your worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. And we'll now carry on with the budget meeting. So I'll look to our CFO. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to begin this afternoon with going back to Deputy Mayor Snell's question on the donation revenues. That was showing in the corporate finance budget, and it represents the donations from the TPAL that are ongoing year after year. We collect them there under that budget, and then they are applied against the internal financing account that we have for the TPAL. So that $59,000 of revenue, that's where the sponsorship/donations come from. And thank you. And then I'd like to, at this time, turn it over to Chris Roos, our Director of Recreation and Facilities, for the division presentation.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of Council, I am going to present two sections, Recreation and Facilities, and we truly are trying to streamline these two sections separately, but if you're looking carefully at the numbers, you'll have to understand that they're intertwined. There were earlier questions about transfers, and certainly the arena and the Recplex have personality as both a facility and a recreation programming area. So I'll dig in first to the operational details surrounding the recreation budget. Capital is quite simplistic. There are some transfers to reserves. We have an ongoing plan to do landscape improvements at the youth center. That will be phase 2. There is a section that phase 1 that will happen still by the end of this year, we are hoping. The second idea there is signage at the Recplex. Our sign ideally will be brought up to current standard, a similar type of large road pylon that we have at the TPL with more quality reader board signs. They are broken at this moment at the Recplex, and maybe a new facade that has updated look and feel similar to the Recplex, or the TPL. Last but not least, equipment relates primarily to two initiatives at the TPAL in capital. We have RFID technology that would have to do with the door locks on our walking track considered in the budget, fencing, tools, and computers. So capital is quite simple in this recreation program area. And then I'll get into the details of the recreation operations. We'll talk about the finances in a little bit, but I would introduce that this recreation budget also includes customer service, and it is a developing group of our staff. There are 9 people working in the Recreation and Facilities Customer Service Department today. 3 are full-time, 6 are part-time. They also look after admin in our department, all of our invoicing, and a variety of filing clerical work that we work through our customer service division. And the larger half of the recreation, if I defined it by staff, would be roughly 25 contract and part-time staff, as well as 5 full-time staff on the recreation side, the actual program delivery that branches from not only individual registered programs for adults and children, but also the extensive programming at our youth center and our seniors active living programming. So beyond that, I think the areas are fairly self-explanatory listed here, and I'll offer a few highlights. Customer service, we are status quo. It's a bit of a challenge. There are some times that we like to have 2 staff on that desk at the TPL. It has been quite busy at the Twin Pad Library, but 8 to 8, 7 days a week is the work plan, and that is the same as it's been since we've opened up throughout the 2024 budget. Beyond that, drop-in public skating participants. So we are applying a little bit of staffing to this. We're trying to build up a regiment of volunteers that can help usher, and public skating also includes shinny and adult hockey, full-on hockey with equipment. But these are great numbers, and at $2 a head or $5 for a family, we're in the thousands of participants easily on this 18,500, and that's a net number. So the cost that we're putting towards contract staff to steward some of these afternoons and evenings is also included. Seniors line dancing. So this one's come up a few times, and I think everybody loves it. We're actually taking it out of the seniors program. We're making it a specific program in our adult recreation area, and it's a big one. We've doubled our revenues there easily, I think, and there are a few other programs that are mainstays in adult recreation programming. Volleyball, it's always been a good one for us, $9,400 in revenues there. A variety of miscellaneous fitness programs. We do things seasonally at the beach, as well as a variety of gap programming that doesn't exist in our community. And last but not least, a hockey tournament. That's a big part of our adult recreation revenues. Increase in youth center numbers are justifying nutrition food expenses, and there is a jump. We have a blending there of some of their fundraising food requirements as well, but we certainly have discussed this in council, and the number is doubling from $3,500 to $7,000 a year to have these after-school snacks and cooking programs with the kids. Last but not least, Wasaga Beach Public School. This is going to be a big additional asset to our community's recreation. It gives us sort of a third area in the south of town, and as the Sunnydale neighborhoods grow, what to me has always been a highlight, and I'm certain we've talked about this in council, is that we are going to have a double gym with a sprung wood floor, and we have not ever had that, and all of our good athletic programs always end up moving to Stayner or to Collingwood or to Elmvale, and now finally, if there's a good volleyball program or a good basketball program, it can evolve out of the Recplex's asphalt tile gymnasium with an 18-foot ceiling into a proper high school gym. And we do have operating fees built into this. We have not projected revenues, as council is aware. The internal town programs do not pay facility fees, but it would be ideal in future that we can find some great groups. Obviously, programs that we can have third-party facilitators. Often the efficiencies for financially considerations with the town is great, but I can't say enough for groups of volunteer adults. They've got one busy thing that they look after, and certainly athletic programs we hope will flourish in this new gym, and there's a multi-purpose room there as well. So moving on to revenues, I think this is an important part of the program that the Recreation Department offers, and the dollars speak to the level of staff expenses that we require in order to provide these levels of service. It's certain that a number of our programs, obviously the Wasaga Stars Arena is a listing here, and room rentals and ice rentals are the big driver there. But customer service, we need a lot of staff in order to manage all of these bookings, the registered programs. We need a lot of staff. And the Recplex, although their revenues don't look super impressive in comparison with the new arena, we have reduced all internal rentals, and that building does service a lot of town-run recreation programs, so we're not going to see the revenues there on that Recplex. If you look back to 2003, you will see that there were higher numbers, but that is a across-the-board cost that we've absorbed, and we won't report it as an expense in one department and then a revenue in another. Last but not least, youth volunteer and active living. This is a revenue that's not so much a fee for service. The bulk of that is lease revenue at the youth center building. We have a partner there with the hospital. We also have grant monies down or a program to support our seniors active living center from the province of Ontario. But last but not least, fee-for-service programs. And I can't help but thinking even nominal fees, we often do $25 and $60 for, 12 weeks for a fall session. But these small revenue numbers do speak to the quality of our programs, and I think it's a value proposition to our participants as well. And it's proven that if a person pays money, they come, and that's important. If you're going to be part of a group, it's nice to know that all 12 show up every single week for the session. So across the board, these are some revenues. These numbers are going up consistently. That recreation program and services has been jumping about $50,000 a year. Summer camp is a big part of that, and our summer camp has been quite successful, and we expect to probably go a little bit more again next year as well in the camp programming. So beyond that, this is the standard slide that talks about the key cost drivers in our operating budgets, and I'm proud of my group. We have a little blue on there, not just orange, and we certainly are a cost to the community, but for good reason, and thank you for the community to also supporting the programs that they participate in. Okay, so moving over to the facilities side, there certainly are some significant staffing costs. I must say that our biggest cost here, as it goes with facilities, is we have 12 full-time frontline as well as 3 management in that department, and we're currently running with 7 contract staff, and that does speak to a large part of this provision of service for our community. 8 full-time staff run out of the Twin Pad Library and 4 full-time at the Recplex. Beyond that, the key drivers in all of these different locations that we are now consolidating, this is further to the earlier discussions that there's been an evolution in centralizing all of our facility costs to the major buildings across town, and our group will look to find efficiencies here. This is the first that all of these buildings have been under the oversight of just the facilities group, but those standard costs include utilities, building maintenance, supplies, paper, et cetera. It does add up across a variety of buildings. Janitorial, we have some contracted buildings as well as internally. The rec centers and the library are run by the town staff, but some of the office primarily buildings, those are dealt with through a contract cleaning company. And last but not least, I did have in my notes staffing that beyond their operating duties in the main rec buildings, our facilities group does do a lot of triage, and I think it's important to understand that daily we get calls to put up a whiteboard or that there's a leak somewhere or a squealing belt, et cetera, and I commend our facilities group for being available. We do go to all of the building alarms in the evenings and weekends. I wouldn't say I'm the only department. We have other groups that do that, but our foremans definitely take the lion's share of those calls. Last but not least, this graph does have a bit of a special look to it. There's gray in there as well, and this is that exact number. So those good revenues that you saw at the Twin Pad Arena and the Recplex, for example, those transferred dollars over to the facilities department, and they then in turn pay the utilities and take care of the building maintenance. And we're doing that on behalf of not only Town Hall, the 2 buildings at Town Hall as of this year, but Fire and Public Works. Those are the other 2 significant additions to the facility department, and obviously we're into year 2 now of looking after the library facility. So with that, last but not least, my apologies, we have some capital projects under the facilities department. There's definitely some reserve funds plotted for a number of these projects, and a few of the highlights would be the Sunnydale Trails Gymnasium. This is an equipment, primarily furniture, fixtures, and equipment line when we take over that gym. I did have in my notes as well that the sprung wood floor is not installed yet. And that may have a minor implication on our January launch date, but council should be aware that it's a long lead item. It has been ordered, but there are delays in that floor being received. So the school is open, but the kids aren't in the gymnasium yet, and our special sprung wood floor is one of the last touches that will go into that construction project. Theater shared facility. This will work towards our partnership with the separate school board and the high school next door to the TPL. We also have Recplex renovations. Council may remember there was a number of $180,000 to do the 2 largest air handling units at the Recplex. After further investigation and steps into the design, we understand that number has gone up significantly. There is a partnership involved here, and some money will come from the YMCA, but we will also look for grant opportunities as well. So that project will not be completed in 2024, and the real numbers that we're facing are listed here at $466,000, with some reserves from the money that was taxation in 2024, as well as a partnership that's been established with the YMCA. Twin Pad Arena Library. This is two outstanding items primarily from our furniture, fixtures, and equipment budget that we're putting into the normal capital budget. A storage barn where we'll store some of the special equipment. We talked about new chairs, and there's a railing system when we remove the glass for special events, and the special floor. So we have money planned at the Twin Pad Library that will be built into the site planning with the new high school, as well as a backup generator. We did own a backup generator at our old arena, and there is merit to this consideration, but we opted not to do that step in the project with our general contractors, and we're plotting to have that equipment installed in the new year. Beyond that, Fire Hall renovation, there's roofing requirements at Fire Hall 2. Public Works expansion, they have an office, external temporary facility, as well as funding for washroom and change area upgrades in the Public Works building. And last but not least, Youth Center landscaping phase. So that concludes my presentation, unless there are questions from council.
Thank you very much, Chris. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Belanger.
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. I guess my question is related to energy savings. Is that we a couple of years ago we visited a new storage system on the way to Collingwood, and they had a third party install solar across the entire roof of all that, and the third party maintained all the solar, and they paid them, if I was being told the truth by the owner of the storage company, a significant amount of money every month to have that ability to use the roof of their facility. So it would seem that you can generate a lot of energy. I've seen other examples where Dairy Farm had enough power to provide a small town. We had a fire station, I think it was Exeter, that was able to do a couple of facilities and a number of homes. But we have two very large facilities, and I'm thinking similar to the streetlights, is there an opportunity to make an investment that has a feasible payback on investment for some of these locations? And I will say I also asked during the break about a request that the Climate Action Committee had made to council, and I'm told that's coming up in draft 2. So I in case they're watching the meeting, I wanted them to know I'm paying attention to that. But I got to believe, we're going to have a high school and double pad arena, and we're going to have a paramedic center, and I'm just wondering if enough solar can go into that area to provide a payback on the investment. But I don't know what thought has gone into that.
It certainly has been a discussion in the past. We did have an order of magnitude estimate at the Twin Pad Library. We knew we were going to be between $2 and $3 million, and that was probably 3-4 years ago now. There are opportunities, and certainly this transfer switch backup generator could be the beginning of a design that would inform exact costs. We do not have a precise design at the Twin Pad Library at this time, but generally speaking, there's probably opportunity to have payback with a reasonable capital investment. I think it's certainly been everyone's instinct on this topic to look for partnership funding. There are certain green streams that could support this, but we have not built that plan into the budget.
All right, Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship. Thank you, Chris. On your statement here, thank you, under miscellaneous, either you got a surprise because you budgeted for like $2,100, and yet the actual is $10,000. So I'm wondering if that $10,000 is still there. That's under the Wasaga Stars Arena, or could it be for the railing? Okay, sorry, that's page 9 of section 8 in our book, under the draft operating budget statement. Sorry, Chris. It reads different online than on the paper, sorry.
Certainly. Perhaps I can look to the binder while the next question comes and come back. It sounds like
Yeah.
it's an actual number that was spent in 2024. I may not be able to easily identify those dollars.
Yeah, no, I
but,
understand, because it's tough to find.
It's
here, so,
true.
yeah.
Miscellany is a bit of a catch-all that typically isn't quadrupled or such. It's usually one little special project.
Yeah, no.
But once I see the numbers, I'll see if I can at least comment to find it.
Did you have another question, Councillor?
I wondered if it was tied in. My question is, yeah. My other question would be about the railing expected in the arena. And has that been budgeted in? Is it coming soon? The railing for walking down the steps. Thanks.
Certainly. There are 21 units at the Twin Pad Library, primarily going up and down between the sections, small ones on the east side of the arena as well as around the score box. We expect installation this month. It has been contracted, and there will be installation. The deal was in August that it would happen by the end of October.
So then that's not coming out of a new budget, that's paid for, allocated?
That's right. That will come out of the existing furniture, fixtures, and equipment from the TPL's overall budget.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell was next while Chris is trying to find that question. And if not, Chris, you can come back to it later. It's not a big deal. You can
Without
get back
detail,
to the council.
yes. Maybe I could email council. I
Sure.
don't know what that was account coded to.
All right. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Worship, through you. 1.34 million in revenue, that's impressive, really impressive, because Parks and Rec is usually a bit of a bleeder on municipal budgets, right? So I applaud you and your staff for being creative and coming up with some really good, solid income. The drop in public skates of 18,500, does that include sponsorship as well, or is that just user fees?
Certainly, we do now have a sponsorship program. I think we've only realized one sponsor for public skating yet, but we did not budget revenue. This is typical of grants, and without having sort of the bird in the hand, we weren't ready to budget for that. But the program is ongoing, and our numbers align more or less with the cost to rent the ice surface for an hour. So if you think we have 13 hours a week of public skating offerings, the potential is huge, although we have not had a lot of pickup yet. But there is potential for that, and the program is established. It's on our town website, and ideally, people will start to get wind of the idea, and it'll turn into ideas like the change room sponsorship. That was a huge one, but at $180, there is certainly a sponsorship opportunity, but we haven't shown revenues for that in the budget. No clear projections yet.
Okay, thank you. And the public school, we, obviously, council did the tour. Just a great school, what a great addition to our community. And it has a fabulous kitchen, a commercial kitchen. I was really impressed with that and how they were laying out the storage so that all of the users were able to keep their stuff organized. Fantastic. They did mention that they'll be adding pickleball lines to that court, or to that flooring. How many courts will that add to pickleball, given that that's obviously a great revenue generator for us and very popular in our community?
Certainly, we expect that's going to be a big uptake opportunity for the town. Evenings and weekends, there's 3 courts in the gym, and that would be a town-run program, much like we do at the Recplex, where we can generate some revenue.
Fantastic, thank you. And just a final question. You noted $100,000 towards the school theater. Obviously, that's for the new high school to be built. Is that a staged funding that you're tucking away? So sort of putting 2025 in there. Obviously, we're not going to be walking the halls until 2027, if that was the case.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, perhaps I can refer that to the Treasurer or the CAO. I have not been included in those specifics around the funding.
My apologies. Can you repeat the question?
No problem, thank you. In the line, it's noted as $100,000 is going towards the school theater. So my question was, is that just sort of being tucked away until the school is being built, and each year we're just putting away some little eggs, or is that the total amount that we're committed to, or what does that look like, please?
Presently, that is just an estimate of some amount that we're going to need, and we're putting away something in 2025 so that we have something to work with. We really don't have a precise number. It is just an estimate of what we might need to start with in 2025. As that project nears, then we will get closer to having some actual costs, but at least we have this $100,000 tucked away to start towards that initiative.
Thank you, Johnston. Andrew, did you want to comment on that as well?
Yeah, if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, you'll be glad to hear that that's also an opportunity that we will look for sponsorship for. We just need to get the design refined over the next few months, and then once we know the accurate costing, then we can go out and then solicit opportunities for funding.
Yeah, I would suggest that this is basically a first part of saving towards the cost of that theater. If we could build theaters for $100,000, we'd be building them all over the place. But it's a start, and we'll get more detail on that as we move along. All right, other questions or comments, members of council? Councillor Belanger.
Through the mayor, just a question on our sound systems. We've talked about the Recplex for a long time. I'm not sure if that's absolutely complete, but I've been at a couple of hockey games, and I don't know if it's training or the sound system, but during a hockey game, whatever they're announcing, you have no idea what they're saying. I know on the opening event, it was a case of your positioning of the microphone to your mouth, though I don't know if it's training on the people that are announcing who scored the goals and penalties, but now I don't have great hearing, but I was with a neighbor and he couldn't make out anything either, so, and I'm not sure, we've talked about the Recplex for a long time, and I'm just not sure if that's totally completed or.
I suggest you don't share hearing aids with your neighbor, Councillor. Chris.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Belanger. I was aware that there was this announcer concern, and it had something to do with the music Bluetooth versus the remote mic that he or the announcer was using. But in my opinion, we met with the owners of the team and the facility operators, and apparently on the subsequent games, that it's working as planned. There is no, from a budget perspective, we don't have any intent beyond minor maintenance to adjust the sound system in the new spectator arena. So I suspect that the complaints are few and far between. I haven't heard much beyond that one that you referenced on the first day, but
Just clarifying, this was
Yeah.
Tuesday night, that I'm talking, the
This
sound
week.
was, it was also bad on the first night.
okay, I can look into that further. I don't know if it's the same glitch has resurfaced or if, but in my mind, the system is built to perform as it should. Regarding the Recplex, we have upgraded that system as well. Council may remember that we've implemented the same DSL, or the brain behind the rooms that we mix at the Twin Pad Library, and we've built that into the new Recplex. We are only waiting on commissioning there, and certainly my facilities team, we work with the IT department on this one as well, and we are aware that this private contract for public meetings is not the ideal, and ideally we can pull out half a dozen mics that the town owns and flip the system on and use it as it's intended. So that design is there. I'm only awaiting commissioning. It has been tricky. The contractor lost the primary lead who was in charge of that design, and so we are just getting the final steps. But I'm confident that the work has been done, the hardware is there. We just need to be trained on how to operate it.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? All right. Moving on, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we could just go back to Deputy Mayor Snell's question about the $10,000 expense on the miscellaneous line. If you recall, when we were first opening the TPAL, we had some issues with, we needed security, extra security services. And so the majority of the costs that went into that account are those extra security services we hired at the beginning of our TPAL opening.
And let's just be clear for the public, those were not security services for any kind of event or concert. Those were security services because of unruly kids hanging around and causing damage and so on and so forth, correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. I always want to be clear on these things. Thank you. All right. I think you're next, Kevin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Pleased to present the 2025 Infrastructure Services Budget. As Council knows, divisional responsibilities include roads and drainage, water, wastewater, stormwater management, parks, trails, beautification efforts, as well as cemetery maintenance. Under engineering services, we are responsible for capital design and planning, development review and engineering, source water protection and risk management, as well as transit, fleet management services, and our capital works delivery program. Generally speaking, the overall operations budget is relatively status quo. We have identified two staffing needs in 2025, including the conversion of 2 5-month seasonal positions into full-time positions. And this is simply to maintain our current levels of service given the continued growth of our assets and our infrastructure. We do have the transportation study slated for this year, and as some of you may recall, typically we do a transportation study every 5 years. This year, we're approaching it a little differently in terms of a multimodal type lens where we're going to shift our focus away from simply vehicular-based planning to more other modes of transportation and a more encompassing master plan, which includes not only vehicular, but sidewalks, trails, transit initiatives, as well as other modes of transportation. And this will also update our active transportation master plan, which was last completed in 2008. So it will be a nice addition to our strategic plan. Once again, as Council is aware, we are looking to extend the Windrow Snow Removal Financial Assistance Program, and budget has been accounted for in that regard. We have increased the eligible grant to $400 per property as per the direction of Council, and this is included, and eligible residents are able to apply today. That program has been open for, I believe, a month and a half now. and we've been communicating that through social media, newspaper as well. Under drainage and operations, we do have some maintenance to perform along the Marl Creek Municipal Drain, and I've had a few phone calls on this one because I think you'll see in your binders that it's an old municipal drain, but dating back to the late 1800s, under the Floss Township at the time, or Floss Hamlet perhaps. So we do have some survey work required along that corridor, and we're going to focus on, there's about 700 meters downstream of Ryther Road as it makes its way towards Nottawasaga River. So we have some survey and localized clean-out efforts required in the new year. Under the water and wastewater systems, we are initiating some of the transmitter changeout initiatives, and this is the first phase of several, and we have about 950 transmitters that, given the software upgrades over the years, require changeout because they no longer have the capacity for two-way communication, and so we have about 950 transmitters to change out in 2025, and I'm sure we're exceeding 12,000 meters throughout the community, but this is our staged approach, so we're not inheriting a large cost from the outset, so we're trying to smooth out that implementation plan. Aligning with the West End secondary plan, we do have some modeling to perform, mainly to better plan and manage upgrades for the sanitary sewer systems as well as pump station upgrades, and this exercise will help better define our strategy for upgrades as we continue to plan and build ahead of development intensification in the West End. And then aligning with our asset management policies, we do have a continued program for sewer inspections, and we do run cameras down through our sanitary sewer systems to look and identify deficiencies, including infiltration and inflow into the system, and we address those proactively and as best we can. Under the transit, concurrently with the master plan for transportation, we're also upgrading our transportation master plan. We did undertake a study in 2018 which looked at operations review, and this particular master plan, we're going to focus on route additions. We also need to be mindful of our transit hub analysis, and because we know we may have to relocate one of our hubs from the superstore, and this analysis will help better define and cost out a relocation strategy, because there will be impacts to our neighboring systems, not only with the Simcoe County Links transit to Barrie, but also to Collingwood, our internal local Wasaga Beach Transit, but as well as Clearview Transit. So we will be looking at that, as well as developing a better long-term plan for our transit system in the future. Similar to previous years, we do have funding available to us still to expand our transit shelters, and we'll be looking to install 2 more shelters in the new year. And staff has been working with the Accessibility Advisory Committee to identify and prioritize shelter locations. Bit of blue there, not unlike the Chiefs, but we do have some offsetting costs, but you will note that as the majority of staff, our operating budgets are predominantly tax supported, and we're no different in public works, and you're looking at probably 84% tax supported. Moving into our transportation capital plan, certainly a priority for staff in this council is the Beach Drive reconstruction. And although we continue to refer it to as Beach Drive, it's really Beach Area 1 reconstruction to some extent, because Beach Drive works also includes improvements in streetscaping to 3rd Street, Beach Drive itself, including shore wall protection measures and flood protection measures and streetscaping, as well as Spruce Street reconstruction and the construction of a new roundabout at Main Street and Moseley Street. We've identified the advancement of intersection pedestrian signals at Wasaga Sands Drive and Sunnydale Road, and this is just to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety crossing Sunnydale trails to and from certainly the Wasaga Sands area and the Sunnydale Trails development. Under resurfacing projects, we will be advancing the Wedgwood Drive reconstruction, and because this is a boundary road with the Clearview Township, this has been a priority for some time, and we've been deferring it in anticipation for development in the area, but we can no longer extend the service life of that existing asphalt surface, so we're proposing to advance the resurfacing of that from the 12th concession through to Morgan Road. And because it is a boundary road, we do have a 50% contribution from our neighbors, which is great to offset that capital cost. And we will also be including some traffic calming measures and speed tables along that corridor in response to an analysis through the engineering division. The other two projects, you'll notice the asterisks, those are carry forward projects from last year, including the West End Reservoir and Depot lands, as well as the Moses Street urban design. We're not quite finished that design just yet, as we're still working through utility conflicts. As it relates to the water and wastewater capital budget for 25, we're proposing to advance the bar screen retrofit project. The existing bar screen in the Inlet Works building are at end of life. And in fact, the debris, it's no longer an efficient system. So we're finding there's debris and grit that makes its way through the treatment process, affecting aeration efficiency and overall operational performance of the plant. So the upgrades considered for this project will also include long-term design capacity for our growth and our long-standing growth for the community. So when we look at any upgrades for the plant, and really most upgrades, we're projecting out 30 years and we're trying to accommodate as best we can the population demand and what's going to feed the plant in the next 30 years. The other biosolids complex upgrades, that's a carryover. It should have an asterisk on it. It is a carryover from 2024, and that's the sludge thickening improvements in the RDT building. Drainage, we continue to prioritize certainly drainage in the West End. We know from our EA addendum that was recently completed that we want to expand the channel for the new elevated water tower and depot lands to accommodate some of the drainage that is being directed towards Robert Street and Beechwood Road from the new highway. And we're working through those design details currently and hopes to gain NVC approval before year end. That channelization will help address a number of local issues in the West End, predominantly the flooding and overtopping at Constance and Thomas, the surcharging of the roadside ditch along Beechwood Road, as well as Robert Street upstream of Beechwood. So there's a number of drainage issues that will be addressed through this one common solution. As it relates to transit, we're proposing to replace one of our existing transit buses, which is at the end of useful life. And we also have a new specialized transit van, which we have yet to receive, and this van as well is a carryover, so it should have been identified with an asterisk, but it's currently in this year's budget, but will likely be acquired upon delivery in next year. For the most part, capital budget is supported through obligatory reserves such as development charges, federal gas tax, and other funding measures. There is not a lot of tax impact to our capital plan, and we try and obviously rely on funding as best we can to offset these capital investments. Quickly through fleet, and unfortunately I have not been able to get that green fleet strategy in front of council, and I promise it will happen in November. We've had some staffing conflicts, so I haven't been able to get that to you, but it is complete, the green fleet strategy in that document, and you'll find the priorities investment from that study was to start to initiate infrastructure upgrades at our facilities, and so we do have identified in the new year a new EV charging station for the Public Works yard, and this will be subject to funding, and we're confident that there are a lot of funding programs out there to help offset this cost. We do still have some supply chain issues with fleet, particularly the heavy duty equipment, so there are a few vehicles that we have yet to receive delivery upon, and so those have been identified in the current budget, and they've been planned for 2 years ago. I think those tandem axle plows are taking now to get delivered. In terms of new replacement vehicles, we have a number of replacement vehicles and equipment slated for 2025, and as I've indicated in the past, we do undertake a fairly extensive condition assessment of these vehicles and the equipment before we advance them to this stage. The treasurer may support, when we first submitted our first draft, we were well in excess of, I think, $3.5 million for where we landed on simply the asset replacement cycle. But following those condition assessments, we've been able to extend the life of many of our assets, with the exception of these that are predominantly replacement and some growth to help address service levels and operational efficiencies. And last but not least, the Parks Division. We have a rehabilitation of the playgrounds, I guess the ball diamonds at the sports park. We're looking to remove the surfacing of these old ball diamonds and replace them with a clay layer and some engineered infill soil mix. Long overdue. And that's slated for the new year, as well as some local fencing replacement needs along the area and the backstops. We have a new playground proposed for the Sunnydale Trails, and this is within the Pacific Park block. That will include junior and senior playground equipment as well as a splash pad. And we've been working on that design for 2 years now, and this will, depending on when we get that tendered, may extend into 2026, but it's a fairly significant investment and development charge-driven project for that neighborhood. We also have the replacement strategy that we are continuing based on our master plan, and the focus in 2025 will be the rehabilitation of the Blueberry Trails Park. This past year, we resurfaced the Jim Ramage Court, the Easterly Court down at the end of Club Court, and so in the spring, we're looking to acrylic resurface and paint new lines on that surface so we can get the pickleball folks and the tennis group using that third surface again. And we also have, we're advancing the detailed design or some conceptual designs for the Bay Cliff Homes future park block development. And we're going to be leveraging our internal staff, Katie, our landscape architect, to develop some strategies and facility fit planning for that park. And certainly last but not least, we have the pickleball hub, which is a continued conversation at staff level and with the local club. If and when we do sell the property at 425, there will be a need for a relocated hub in the community, and we have identified the sports park as an ideal location currently. There is funding available to us and through the, I think it's the Recreation Community Infrastructure Fund, and so we are exploring our options as well through Carol and the team at Treasury Department. So there will be a report that will come forward for this one because it is a significant investment, and we want to just make sure Council's fully on board because we do require certainly a financial plan around the application in terms of how we're going to pay for this, and we've currently identified some of the land sale proceeds to offset this as well as the funding, so there's still a bit of work to be done on that, but I did want to highlight that as one of our priorities for the new year. Parks operations, generally tax supported as well, and that generally summarizes the overall update for infrastructure services.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Questions or comments? Councillor Gleo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's the same subject that I bring up every year. It's dear to me, and so bear with me. So I appreciate that the grant for this senior snow removal went up to $400. I thought that was a great direction. I still don't agree that only GIS recipients get to receive that. So I think every senior contributed to this town, and every senior should be eligible for that, not just seniors on guaranteed income supplement. That's for another time. The notices, I thought in our last discussion, we were going to send out notices early in August in the water bills so that seniors who are eligible get to see them. Not every senior is on internet, and let's face it, if you're on GIS, a lot of them cannot afford internet. So I thought they were going to go out as a mass mailing. Did that happen? Is it going to happen?
That did come up in conversation, and I'll circle back with Treasury in terms of when the next bills do go out. I may have missed, it is next month, so there is still that capacity to extend that. We do know that certainly circulations of that nature are quite expensive, but we'll speak with Treasury on that initiative.
So has the number remained the same, only 35 residents applied for it last year? Is it still 35? Jocelyn?
The application process is still open, and it'll be open until January, so it could.
I'm talking about last year, only 35?
Yeah,
only
it
35?
was considerably underutilized, so hence the reason to try and entice them with a little extra grant availability, but we're hopeful to see several more, but no, we did not receive any more than what was communicated through that last report to council.
But I wanted to make it clear to the public, because I got a bit of flack on this last time. When we're talking about the windrow, people need to understand it's what the plower puts on the bottom of your driveway. We are not giving this grant so seniors or whoever's eligible gets their whole driveway done. This goes towards getting rid of the windrow. And also, I had brought it up, any chance in the future, because I thought we were going to enhance this every year, any chance there could be that one discussion again where we can contract it out so that every senior gets the windrow done. I mean, I would like it that every resident gets it done. But if it's just the seniors, I mean, we can contract out contractors who live here in Wasaga Beach that would be more than willing to do it for $200 as long as they get a section. So I'm hoping in the future, like real near future, we can bring up that discussion again, because I know Public Works can't do it. You don't have the manpower. But if we can maybe contract that out. And I know it's not in the budget, I know, but for me, I'm tell it as it is. I mean, the Green Energy Initiative, it's very expensive. And we need money for that as well. But for me, I think the seniors should come first before we even consider pumping a lot of money into that. That's just my 2 cents.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. I think, I think the next water bill to go out is next month in November, so it will be included in that water bill, and we can make sure that that's still lots of time in November in order for people to apply. It is $400 to your comment, Councillor, around whether it's for the windrow only or not. It'd be very difficult for us, I think, to determine that. I think it's $400. They hire a contractor, whether that hire contractor clears the windrow or the whole driveway. I don't know how we would control that, so it could be very difficult. Listen, I'm with you on this. I think that if we could have equipment that simply could stop a windrow in every driveway, it'd be perfect. And I can tell you that in both my last 2 campaigns, I campaigned on this as well, to look at this, which we have done. And what we know is that we can continue to work towards that, but the cost at this point in time is cost prohibitive to do every driveway and change every piece of equipment and hire the extra drivers and have extra trucks in order to make up for the time to do that. So I think we're going in the right direction, and I'm sure we can, depending on the uptake this year. But I have to say, you know, I've heard this from several seniors as well in my time here, and to then find out only 32 or 35 people, I think this year again, if that number is very low, I think that also tells a story, though, as to how many people actually do want or need this service. So it doesn't mean we need to discontinue it, but if someone desperately needs it, we can provide it, but we're certainly going in the right direction. Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. It was low only because the notice went out late and nothing was mailed out. So by the time and it was discussed that it was going out late, and this is why we had discussed it, where we're going to get it out in August this time around. And just to comment on that $400, I just wanted the public to hear, we're not just giving $400. It's mainly towards the windrow, but yes, of course, they can use it towards that. So it's not like, here's your $400 and do as you please. It's mainly for the driveway. Use it as you wish. But anything to help them would be great.
Yeah, the purpose is certainly the windrow. So we can work on not just the mail out in the water bills next month, but we will work on getting it over and over again on the town's website. We can look at many ways to push that on our Facebook and so on and so forth. So Beach Booster, we could do it in that as well. So we'll make sure that we work hard to get it out there. I think staff are clear on that. Other questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I only wanted to add on to what you're saying right now. I've had a number of calls from people for that program asking about the applications, and I reached out to staff to get them mailed. They are people that are not digital, so elder seniors and no computers and no access. But so we need to probably do the non-digital as much as possible. And a comment, I was kind of shocked that household on Wally Drive with the tiny driveway was quoted $650 for snow removal. So the prices have really shot up, I think, in the last little while, probably gas related, but it's going to be complicated for anybody with a really big driveway to, so I don't know what we do about that, but I guess we'll see what the uptake is this year. Thank you.
Yeah, gas related is one, but I can tell you insurance. Insurance for snowplow companies has, I think, in 2023, it tripled. It was a huge jump. In my business, we've seen a massive increase in the cost of snow removal just because of that. So, like everything else, the town sees these increases, $155,000 for insurance again this year increase. It's a scary situation. All right, Councillor Ego. Oh, I'll come back to you. Yeah, Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. It was nice to see it coming forward, that the possibility, I get this, of the pickleball hub out at the sports park, that it's being looked into. I just think it's not just for the members here and the residents, but that leads to tournaments, which is what it's all about, and that brings the tourists here, the money flowing into the town, because pickleball is huge for tournaments from people all over the world. So I think that's just, we're lucky, we have that space out there and that you're looking at it. I just think, that would be an excellent fit for the future. Thanks.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just wanted to give a shout out to your team, Kevin. This council has been very focused on beautification, and I noticed a huge difference this summer traveling around town, especially in regards to the side ditches and just keeping them mowed, and same with bylaw as well, and sort of following up with some of our owners in town who have vacant land and continuing to maintain them. So I just wanted to acknowledge your team's effort, and thank you very much for doing the extra work.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, I'll go back to Councillor DeLeo now.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add to the comment of Councillor Timms. She indicated that snow removal on Wally Street is $600 per driveway. Right, that's for the whole driveway though, which I can appreciate that. So if we don't get a lot of applicants this year, either because they can't afford the whole 6 and we're only giving them 4, if it's in the budget next year, can we raise it to the level that is the average snow removal for those seniors so that they can all apply?
Well, that would be a question for council that we could have during those discussions, and that would have to. I would want a report, I'm sure, to come back after this year from staff, but we could then discuss it at that point. I'll look to Kevin to add to that. Kevin.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, just looking, so as part of the application process, we also ask, obviously, how much the invoice is in totality. So the average of last year's initiative was $456 per driveway. So we're not too far off from an average.
Okay, Councillor.
Sorry. Kevin or Jocelyn, actually would be Jocelyn, you wouldn't have, like, with your records, you don't know how many of our residents are on GIS? You don't?
Okay, Councillor Timms.
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate comment, but I wonder when people are interested in applying that aren't on GIC or or GIS. If we still have access to the Snow Angels program, and if we could recommend that to them, how does that program work?
Yeah, I believe that Snow Angels is a volunteer organization, and so it would be those individuals would reach out to Snow Angels for their assistance. I don't know if we have contact information from them. It's something we could look into having to give to people, but Kevin, anything to add?
Yeah, if I may, I can check. I think it's still available to folks. Like, it is really just a Neighbors Helping Neighbors platform, so you need individuals to apply per se or get added to the list. So when there is a request, it puts them in contact with someone in their neighborhood that is providing that service. That was administered through the Recreation Department, and I can circle back to see if it's still live. I would assume it is available still. We don't promote it really anymore because of this initiative, but for the most part, neighbors do help neighbors when they see them in need. So, but I believe that platform is still available, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor, carry on.
So just as a follow-up, was that a program out of Recreation, or is it a separate organization altogether? For some reason, I thought it was town-driven.
No, it's a program that's available in many communities. It's not town-driven, never was town-driven that I'm aware of. So, all right. Councillor, I'll come back to you, Councillor. It'll be your third time. So, Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I'm all for providing support for people that are in need or have issues and can financially not provide themselves. But to spread this to all seniors, I'm a senior. I can certainly afford to have somebody clean my driveway. If I couldn't clean it, these same people probably have challenges cutting their grass. All I'm saying is there's a lot of seniors out there that financially can support not only snow removal, but nice trips every year, and going to Florida sometimes, and then they doesn't worry about the driveway. But I think in those cases, we don't need to provide that level of support, where they're financially well off and they can do it. And this really should be about our residents that are in need and don't have the facility to take care of themselves. So.
All right, anyone else have questions or comments? All right, we'll come back to you now, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you. The Snow Angels. So that was introduced 2 years ago when I first brought up the issue of snow removal. So I remember that the program got $6,000 grant, and $3,000 was used for advertising, and the other $3,000 was used to buy snow shovels. But you had to sign up for the program, which it was not. But I believe the money, it went to previous council. I remember that. And that's where the money was spent. So I'm assuming the Snow Angels organization still has those shovels. So people that sign up, that's what they're going to get, is that $3,000 shovels. So it's still in existence. It's just that it didn't do very well, I was told, because by the time it was hard to get volunteers to commit. Because not only that, they have to do their own shoveling, and then maybe their next door neighbors, if they do it. And by the time, they didn't have any more time or energy to do someone else's. Because let's face it, when we're talking about removal, we're not talking the driveway. We are talking the windrow. And we know that when the plower puts it on there, it could be 3 to 4 feet high. And if you let it sit, sometimes it gets wet, it gets heavy, and you can't even bring your car in. So that's the part. It's the windrow part that's the problem. It's not the driveway part. Also, so to answer Councillor Belanger's, and I believe we've had this discussion before, granted, if a senior could afford it, then if they could afford it, they should opt out of it. But to say that that senior there has worked 3 jobs all their lives just to make ends meet and have the luxuries that they have is not fair to say, well, you don't qualify because you've made money. Well, They've put into it. They've contributed to this town. And to me, they deserve it just as much as everyone else. I know we all need a helping hand, but you can't judge that way because you don't know what they've been through in their lives. You don't know where they've worked. You don't know how many jobs they've had. So it's not fair to say that, my opinion.
All right, well, we will leave that debate for you and Councillor Belanger to take outside afterwards, and we will move on. Anything further from members of council? All right, seeing none, Madam CFO, what's next?
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, we have our General Manager of Legislative and Development Services, Nicole Rubley, and she'll start the presentations.
And I'm happy to follow that up with your last departmental budget of the day. I, alongside my colleagues from the Municipal Law Enforcement, Building Services, and Planning Services, will present to you the Legislative and Development Services budget for 2025. We will start with the clerk's budget, and sorry, I just need that clicker. Well, thank you. So some of the responsibilities with the clerk's department, the legislative services, thank you. We have the records management, FOI, our council meeting management, of course, freedom of information, licensing, the election. We're going to prepare for the future, and we'll talk about that a little bit. Insurance claim program. The cemetery operation falls within the legislative services and clerk's area as well. And then we deal heavily with the accessibility and ensuring that our corporation and community has limited barriers as it relates to accessibility. So the operational drivers, of course, are staffing. The records management software will be procured this year. We're hoping to get that program and project up and going 2025, and that's going to be support from all divisions within the corporation to assist with that project. The software also is part of the driver of our divisional budget. And the capital expenditures, you see 5,000 listed there for mobility mats, and as you recall at the last council meeting, council did approve an increase to accessibility on the beach, and that'll form draft 2 with the funding model for that initiative as well. So when we look at the clerk's operational budget, it's about approximately 575,000. Tax supported there is 459,000, and much of what you heard today was contribution to the reserves. What we've done each year is contributed to the election reserve to assist with that cost in 2026 as well. With regards to the cemetery, so the town owns one cemetery in town, and we provide lot and niche sales through that service and program. The service cost is approximately $79,000, pretty much self-sustained, with tax support only being about $9,000 of that budget. We did drop 2 columbariums this past year, and those sales are actively happening this year. If there's any questions about legislative services and cemetery.
Questions or comments? I have a couple. Do we not already have a software program for records management? I thought back in 2013-14 we purchased software for that.
We do have a software program that we do use. However, it's a little bit antiquated, so we are looking at a better system. And we're learning from other municipalities. All the other municipalities are starting this process as well. So we have a records management group right across the province, and we all assist each other in what they're implementing. We are looking at a Laserfiche system that is often used by municipalities, and that will be, again, procured this year.
So like anything to do with IT, no offense, Chris. It's only good for a short period of time. Okay, and then the next question or comment, I guess, is with respect to the cemetery. Although it's only $9,000 tax supported, I'm surprised that there's any tax support required for a cemetery, as their fees should be set to cover those costs, I would think.
They are mostly, there is requirements with the Bereavement Authority of Ontario on what we can charge. So some of the costs do have to be supported through taxes. We also have staffing costs for the upkeep of the cemetery through there, and we also have some development money just for upgrades in the software and keeping updated on the legislation as it relates.
Back to software, eh, Chris? All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, carry on, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. The medical clinic, so we are coming up to a 1 year, which is very exciting in October. The town's clinic provides a nurse practitioner-led after-hours clinic. The NP-led after-hours clinic, it operates 3 days a week. It has one nurse practitioner, and they see approximately 15 to 20 patients in a 4-hour span. That is incredible. There is high usage, and we are really pleased with the numbers that we're seeing. The nurse practitioners are excellent. They provide very good care, so we're happy with the progress there. And as we are aware, the town has partnered with the Georgian Bay Family Health Team and South Georgian Bay Ontario Health Team to provide the Shoreline Health Clinic for residents who do not have a family doctor or a nurse practitioner in town. And that Shoreline Clinic is staffed by a nurse practitioner, and we also have a physiotherapist and an orthopedic, an OT as well, providing services. And the family health team is providing smoking cessation and diabetes education as well, and we, of course, mental health services, which is extremely important right now. So after a year of being in operation, we were really able to look at this budget, and we were able to reduce it approximately $17,000. And you'll see that the overall budget is approximately $283,000. 255 of that budget is supported and funded from the casino money, which is wonderful, and the other 28,000 is tax supported for that service. And if anyone has any questions with regards to the medical clinic.
Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor. So the grant we got through Family Health that provided the extra service within the clinic, we just don't include that in the budget, I take it.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So that funding that was received from the provincial government went to the Ontario Health Team. The Ontario Health Team then partnered with us to use the medical clinic to run the Shoreline Clinic, which then provides the nurse practitioner for patients that don't have a family doctor or a nurse practitioner.
Thank you. I wasn't familiar with the Shoreline name, so.
No problem.
All right, other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. The Deputy CAO and I were chatting about this a week or two ago, just with the upcoming inclement weather in the cold and whatnot. We do see, as we drive by, it is a very, very busy spot when it is open. And you see residents standing, going there and waiting 45 minutes upwards to an hour in advance of it opening in order to maintain their position. Is your team going to be looking at how we can accommodate those folks so that they're able to grab a ticket and sit in the comfort of their car or something like that as they're waiting to get in?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Smith. So with clinics of this nature, it is quite common that you will see a lineup prior to the opening. I'll use a personal experience that, I went to the lab here in town on the west side. You get there at 7:30 and you're standing in line because you want to be the first one seen. So it doesn't matter what time we open that clinic, we're going to have a lineup. However, I'm quite pleased our staff are able to get them into the system quickly and provided a number. So we will, I'll talk to staff though to use that vestibule area where it's a little bit warmer, where people can line up there.
Yeah, I guess just everybody needs to keep in mind that for every extra service we add is more manpower and more resources for staff. And then there's a cost that just becomes out of control if we're not being very careful. So, I like the number system. If you're going into the meat market and you want to get your pork chop and you take a number and they call the number, you're standing there, you go up and you get served. But if you grab a number and you're going in your car or you're not in the building, now someone's got to get up, go around, holler that number, wave, are you next? So it becomes difficult, right? And remember, every service we add and every bit of enhancement to every service we add, there's a cost, and usually, and it doesn't take long to then have a staff member required to do that. And every staff member on average is probably, look to the CFO, $80,000 to $100,000 now. So it's, which is, you know, a third of 1% of our tax. So it doesn't take long that those services, although they'd be great to add, they add up very quickly. So, all right, other comments, Councillor Belanger?
Yeah, through the mayor, just to your point, I believe the waiting room is a good size there, so the taking a number and waiting, that's just until the doors open. Like if they were able to take a number, as soon as the doors open, they could all get out of their cars and sit in the waiting room. So it wouldn't be a case of us trying to get them out of their cars by number, I believe.
People are just eager to get inside, so until those doors open, they will line up outside to be first in line. I don't feel there's a way to avoid that.
All right. Councillor Tim? No? Okay. Anybody else? All right. Moving on. Building services?
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. The Building Division administers the legislative requirements of the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code Act, and of course the associated regulations within those. The Building Division supports public safety and provides the guidance and information to our building community, the public, and of course our stakeholders. So with this, the building operations is focused on continued modernization of our services and transitioning to the new 2024 Ontario Building Code. And we will bring an information report to council in the coming months just to give you highlights of what those changes are in the code. As the CAO mentioned earlier in the presentation, there's been some economic factors, of course, that have led to less construction starts. This is right across the province in the country, I believe. So we are seeing that planning is being done for future years, though. So we're hopeful that the development community then comes to us with some building permits in 2025. We have projected about 292 permits at $710,000 for the building permit revenue. And as part of the DC background study that we're going to be conducting in 2025, we're going to ask that the consultant looks at our building permit fees as well to ensure that we're aligned with our local municipalities. So the draw on the reserve funds is $578,000. When I go here, you'll see that the building department is legislated to be self-sustaining. So there's no funds required from taxation for building services. And the annual building operation budget is approximately $1.4 million. And again, we're hoping that these housing starts begin in 2025. So we see the revenue increase. I'll take any questions for building services.
So important to point out, as the clerk has said, that the building is self-sufficient. So when times are busy, they put funds into a reserve, and when times are not so busy, they pull funds from those reserves. And so this is not uncommon for Wasaga Beach or any other municipality for that matter. Questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just for clarification, you've got here for expenditures. Full-time wage for the building, we spent $482. Now, for this year, you're estimating $806,000. But yet I'm looking at new employees, zero. That's a $200,000 increase. Is that raises? Just like if there's no new employees, where's that money?
Thank you, Your Worship. So with the new organizational structure that the town has, part of the GM wage is now put into the building services. Again, that's allowed and permitted within the legislation, as well as we're seeing COLA as an impact there as well.
So for the part of the GM's wage that goes into building, it would be coming out of the other area where it was before, correct, Madam Treasurer? Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Good, Councillor. Anyone else? Moving along.
Thank you, and I will now pass it to Trevor, our Director of Planning.
Good afternoon, Council. Just advance here. Pleased to provide you today the draft one of the 2025 planning budget. Just a reminder, on the first slide, we just have our mission statement, which is basically what we do for the community. We help guide, regulate, and facilitate development within the town by balancing the interests of both property owners, developers, and the public with the broader needs and objectives of the community. Operationally, there won't be any changes to what we do in 2025 in the planning department. As you probably are aware, administratively, we deal with most of things that are related to development, and that's policies such as your official plan, zoning bylaws, regulations, including things like in fencing and things of that nature. We also do a lot of general inquiries, both at the counter and email and by phone. We're not proposing in the draft one budget this year to undertake any major new studies. The one study that is ongoing this year and into next is the zoning bylaw update. So you will see that in the detailed budgeting that we're hoping to have both the official plan and the West Secondary Plan done by either the end of this year or very beginning of next. Once those two policy documents are done, we're going to then turn the focus back to the new zoning bylaw and try to complete that within the first 2 quarters of next year. So based on our new official plan and West Secondary Plan, knock on wood, being adopted and approved this year or beginning of next, we propose to do some take a bit of a breather from some of these larger, heavier policy documents. As you know, we don't have a policy section. It's the planners are doing the policy plus the day-to-day development grind. So what we are intending to do is take advantage of the skill sets that we have in our department, plus in our CAO's office and engineering, and do some in-house policy reviews, specifically the infill development policy reviews. So that would be like the light or gentle, as we call it, gentle intensification in their existing residential areas. You will note that our Committee of Adjustment is quite active in the consent granting business. We are a municipality that is, I guess, blessed in a way that we have larger lots that with full urban services are now being utilized more efficiently. We see a lot of people coming in for infill lots. But we also are hearing that, you know, obviously the public doesn't like seeing change in their existing neighborhoods, and that's always a conflict. So we're going to try to come up with some infill policies to help develop or smooth out those inconsistencies. The other one, the big one that we're going to be passionate about is doing a town-wide urban design guideline. Right now, we have urban design guidelines specifically for the downtown core, which I believe Andrew was pivotal in 2018. But also we have guidelines for townhouses and apartment buildings. But we don't have urban design guidelines outside of those two spheres. And we're looking forward to more growth up until 2051. That'll include industrial, well, maybe not so much, but certainly mixed use, commercial, institutional. We want to make sure that we have urban design guidelines that cover all aspects of development within the municipality. In terms of capital expenditures, we're pretty late. It's going to be about $5,800, $1,000 of which is for office supplies and the balance for computers and whatnot. So no major purchases on that end. In terms of our planning budget operationally, it's $1.5 million to run the department, of which tax supporting is about $702,000. Our department is blessed in a way that a lot of our cost recovery we can get through the planning application fees that we get. And so we try to make sure that those fees are being collected and they stay up to date. And that's what I have as a presentation, and I'll try to do my best to answer any technical questions. Thank you.
Well, let's hope you don't get any technical questions.
We always get technical questions.
All right, questions from members of council. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, through your worship. My question is about the urban design guidelines. are we able to require developers to follow those guidelines?
Through your worship, step number one is that we need to have policies in your official plan to have urban design guidelines. We do have policies in the current OP, but they're pretty thin on the ground. So policy, the first thing we have to do is get the official plan approved so that we can have urban design guidelines. Are we allowed to use the urban design guidelines? Yes, it's not an uncommon practice for many municipalities to have urban design guidelines. Again, the emphasis is on the fact that it's a guideline. It's although the guideline may be approved by bylaw, most guidelines are by nature have some built-in flexibility. But and we also have to be cautious not to belabor it, but through Bill 23 a couple of years ago, the province of Ontario did curtail some things that we can ask through site plan approval. But those things that we can still ask for, we should do so in the urban design. If you don't have the urban design guidelines, you can't ask for it. So it's better to have it and be told no by an OLT than not to have it at all, in my opinion.
So the moral of the story is to look forward to the OP coming back for final approval, and let's get that done so we can move forward. All right, Councillor Ego?
Thank you. On the official plan, is that when, like tree cutting bylaw, that type of thing, is that when that would be the time to look at that? Thanks, Trevor.
Through your worship, when I say that we're looking at the infill development and the urban design guidelines, those are just the two of the many myriad of policies that we ought to be looking at. The tree cutting bylaw is one of those. We also need to update our site plan control bylaw, our parkland dedication bylaw, our fencing bylaw, our et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the fencing, the tree cutting bylaw is one that is on our radar for sure. And that'll be one of the many that we'll probably do in-house as well.
All right, any other questions or comments? Mr. CEO, anything to add? I recall in 2017-18, I thought we were almost ready to move forward with the approval of the OP. And here we are some 7 years later, and we're still working on this. Either to yourself or to Trevor, how close are we to this coming back to council?
Through your worship, so as you know, we had an open house on the new official plan last Thursday. It was well attended. There's about 75 persons who attended. We have the public meeting coming up next Wednesday, the 23rd. And that will inform the third and final draft. And so if we can't get it, I know we're getting a little thin on council meeting dates because it's November, December now. If we can meet November, December, it would be beginning in January. So there's no other department more than mine that would like to have your new official plan done. So we're working as diligently as we can to get you a third and final draft and approval for the end of this year, beginning of next.
End of this year would be great. All right. No other questions or comments? Moving along. What's next?
Through your worship, I believe I am to hand it off to Rachel Ivak, our coordinator. There she is. Thank you.
Mrs. Bylaw. Welcome, Rachel.
Am I doing it right? Oh, no. Good start. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Just use this. Just use
That one, perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor Smith, members of council, and viewers from home. The municipal law enforcement and licensing budget includes both parking and bylaw division for operating and capital budgets. Some main functions in the bylaw department include business licensing, our property standards enforcement, our parking division, and bylaw services. These combined enforcements are here to ensure the community's appearance is maintained and that there is a state of good order through proactive and reactive enforcement, which I think we have really strived to achieve this year. Under our capital expenditures, we have a total of $27,000 for a few key items that we're looking for next year. It includes radio upgrades that are mandatory, computer and office equipment, sign replacements for some parking-related lots and streets, as well as animal control gear. A majority is being covered by reserves, leaving only about 12,000 that would be taxed. The highlights in the parking division include substantial increases to the parking operation, and we're expected to generate $745,000 in revenue. There are 3 parking-related items in particular that I wanted to highlight as they have generated higher revenue. This includes municipal parking tickets, Playland parking lot, and payments through Honk Mobile. The parking operating budget is at $770,000 in expenses, so we're expected to have about $350,000 surplus. Furthermore, this surplus will fund a portion of the bylaw deficit, which will significantly reduce any taxation impact and cover some staff wages through our revenue. There is no tax support needed for the parking budget, which is always nice to see that blue there. As mentioned in the previous slide, the parking budget results in a surplus of $350,000, which will be transferred to the bylaw budget. The total program cost to have the lovely bylaw department that everyone loves is $1 million, with $775,000 going towards staffing. It's also important to note that about over 30% of this does go towards staff benefits. The total taxation supported required for bylaw is $575,000. And lastly, business licensing is also a notable highlight as it provided $55,000 in revenue for the year. So that includes the bylaw presentation, and I'll welcome any questions before I hand it back over to Jocelyn.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You're part of Property Standards, correct? So I need to clarify this a little bit. The AMPS program that got introduced, so that I understand, that people understand a little more, isn't that if they break a law, a bylaw, we don't have to take them to court, we can take immediate action?
Thank you for your inquiry, and through you, your worship. Yes, the AMPS program is to alleviate the time, money, and stress that is put into court proceedings. So the bylaws that were recently passed in June of this year, those are the ones that are enforced under AMPS currently, and I'm sure, more will come. And those are the ones that we don't have to do, the summons to court for.
Thank you. Second, the business licensing, I thought there was a discussion here on council that we might just eliminate it. No? Am I incorrect? I thought there was a discussion of that.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I'm trying to remember. You're going back in my memory here, but we did not take away business licensing. I think it's something that is certainly being looked at, and that's part of our work plan for next year, to bring a report back forward to look at business licensing. But again, we want to kind of meet in the middle there too, and make sure that certain businesses that do need to be licensed are.
If I may, with the business license, I know in Toronto, you apply once and that's it. Here in Wasaga, I think it would be, because I'm getting a lot of complaints that every year they have to pay this amount. I think it would be fair to say maybe once every 3 years or once every 5, like to help them out and, make it fair. That would be down the middle for me. Just a suggestion.
So the discussion that was held at council around business licensing quite some time ago was just that, to get a staff report to come back to look at the business licensing, the costs involved in implementing the business license with inspections and so on and so forth versus the revenue that we brought in for that. And was that something that was worthwhile continuing to do, or was it cost prohibitive? And then we go to like a one-time business license, and unless that business leaves, then it stays the same. So I think what we're waiting on is that report to come back. And, we're looking forward to that, but staff are busy. We get that, and we'll hopefully see that later this year and not in the next year. But that was a discussion. You're absolutely right, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you. Through to the mayor, that went quick for me. I'm wondering if we can just go back to parking for a minute. Because I'm looking at the numbers that is in the report, in the detail, and I'm seeing a lot different numbers, but So we're saying parking operating budget, 770. Where, is that revenue or is that, like, what is our parking revenue trending this year versus last year? Do we,
Thank you, and through you, your worship, I think I know it, is it 945,000? Councillor Timms is telling me I'm right. I'm pretty impressed with myself.
so I'm really having trouble hearing you on the mic there.
Okay, yeah, so it looks like we made about 897,000.
That was the budget.
Oh, that was the budget for 2024, and then we made 935,000
As of August.
as of August 31st, so we probably went over $1 million.
That was last year.
That was last year, like 2024.
Oh, previous year?
Thank you.
Actual.
Yeah, we made about 1 million, 1.3 million.
In 2020.
It's in the report. It's in the book here. It's 1.26, I believe it was.
I went under parking and I'm not seeing.
1.26, I believe it was, versus we'll probably be over that 1.3 because we've still got September, which has been a phenomenal month, and part of October. So what we're seeing is a significant increase in parking 24 over 23, and we're showing obviously the budget for 25, and that's because of Beach Drive construction, and we anticipate that there'll be some decline there.
But this is, I've been asking all year because this is very good news because, you know, we made a significant increase, but then all of these private lots became, you know, had a price that was very competitive to what we were offering. I still believe that that's something we have to look at is, you know, it was a bit of a windfall for many of these private lots still. They tend to fill up prior to us, so I did have some concern. It's good that we're getting that kind of revenue, but we probably need to look at taxation and different things in those areas. And, but the other point I would like to make, and first of all, I would tell you that bylaw is a tough job. Like, I mean, most of the things we deal with is our poor bylaw is being hammered or harassed by a resident. There's a lot of concerns that come to bylaw. But I've been on council for 9 years, and it's been very seldom that from bylaw we get a recommendation for the revision of a bylaw or the improvement of a bylaw. And I know what previous regime was like and empowerment and all those things, but I've run into situations where I'm following up with a resident and, you know, although I am very careful how I handle this, but I'm saying to myself, this bylaw really doesn't make sense, and our enforcement is, this is the bylaw, this is what the enforcement, and here's the outcome, where we maybe should be coming back and saying, gee, does this bylaw really make sense, and should there be a revision that is recommended to council?
So couldn't agree with you more, Councillor, but today's purpose is budget, so we will, I would say let's get something on the floor at a future council meeting to have that discussion. Any further questions on budget?
Just to follow up, I would say that some of those revisions could result in more efficient use of resources and possibly cost savings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, a couple of things. One very minor, the yard sale permits. This is a thing that I see criticized quite often, especially on social media, and we're not budgeting any money for these permits, like any expected revenue, but this year to date, we've made $25. I don't know how labor intensive that program is, but perhaps that's something that we could do away with quite easily. My second point has to do with property standard expenses. The actual in 2023 was 4,600. Budget last year was 18,000. To the end of August, we spent 1,000, and we're budgeting 18 again. Could you elaborate on what that expenditure is for?
Certainly, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. It's actually more of a placeholder. So when we go and we have to actually do work orders on properties that don't comply, that is where, say, the contractor that we hired, that's where the invoice will go as a placeholder until it is put onto the owner's taxes. So we still need that money allotted there to ensure efficiency through making sure that we can quickly pay that invoice, that there's money allotted there. We don't have to say it's an unbudgeted expense every single time that we have to do a work order. So it is very much just a placeholder, and we always are, getting that money back through billing the owner. And sorry, for your other point as well, I just wanted to comment on yard sales. I do want to look into that because we definitely did more than $25 for yard sales. But interestingly enough, not that this was a council priority, but I had the previous business licensing officer, Danielle Den, look into it. And funny enough, we thought, okay, this is a lot on staff to issue these yard sale permits. Then we started going around to different municipalities to see if they do, and a lot of them do, because I think they were following suit with us. So it is something that we can certainly look into next year, though, see if people are still issuing yard sales. Is it worth it for our municipality, and so on.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just for clarification, you will see the property standards expense were covered in the revenue line there. So you'll see so really it's just an in and out.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Timms.
So I just want to make a broad statement as a follow-up. When 40% of our budget is staffing, and we're still so understaffed compared to our neighbors, it's tough on all the departments, but particularly the bylaw department. I think that almost every phone call I get from a concerned resident is that things aren't being followed up quickly enough, or there's a problem with their neighbor or something like that. So I'm just stating that I'm hoping that there's some strategic planning in place to build the capacity of the bylaw department. I'm hearing from people that they just feel that we don't have enough bylaw officers. They're not available to be where they need to be, and sometimes it might affect our consideration about things like fireworks and chickens, and are we setting policy? And just an opinion, I might get my wrist slapped for this. Are we setting our policies because of our capacity, and can we build beyond that in the future? So that's a concern of mine, how understaffed we are, and for those of us here at the council table, and when we're working closely with staff, we see the load that you're carrying, which is big, right? So. Just a statement, Your Worship.
No wrist slaps there, Councillor. You couldn't be more correct. I've been saying it for a long time. There's no sense in having bylaws if we can't enforce them, and I think we're working in the right direction towards that with the AMPS program and so on and so forth. And I think that will also help staff. I think we need to also, when it comes to bylaw, we need to start to look at some kind of what's a frivolous and vexatious complaint, and how many times is our bylaw department or our fire department going out because two neighbors don't get along. And maybe there should be a bylaw that says we've come here the third time to find out it's just your personal issue. Here's the cost of doing so. So those are good points for sure. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. And we're really going to focus on policy development the next couple of years. I've had 6 different councils that I've been blessed to report to, and I can tell you that every term has a different thought and vision for their bylaw enforcement division. Some want it to be more proactive and educational based. Some want it to be very enforcement, lay tickets, get the remedial work done. So we will be bringing a bylaw enforcement policy that we would want supported by council, which will have the ability to look at vexatious and frivolous complaints. We have that ability now, but we want to ensure that it's very clear. We want to ensure that the public and council support our vision and enforcement of bylaws moving forward. Are we going to be proactive? Do we have the staff to support a fully proactive enforcement program? So those are all the things that will be coming before this council table within the next year, and of course, all those amended and updated bylaws to ensure that we're adhering to the current legislation and the changes in the societal term, the community, and what's happening out there with how everything is changing with our society and community.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. To Rachel, first of all, thank you for your department as well that has done such a great job in implementing this council's vision in regards to beautification, and for the great work that you've done in rounding up all of those shopping carts that plagued our community. So again, a big hats off. Could see a very noticeable difference in the community. One of the things I wanted to bring up is obviously parking is a significant revenue contributor to this budget. And we know that as we develop the beachfront, that's going to change, right? That income's not necessarily going to be there. How do you feel, Madam Treasurer, if there was conversation in regards to taking the surplus and putting it into a parking garage reserve? Because I can see down the road, with our capacity for tourism and everything else, that we're going to need to provide something, and obviously it's a great business to be in.
Thank you, and through your worship. Certainly, we are putting some of the parking funds to the parking reserve. So, for example, in the budget this year, I'm just taking a look here at the transfer. We put $281,000 to the reserve, and we put $350,000 to bylaw to help offset taxation. So that's how much we benefited from the parking program in the 25 budget. We do have a strong reserve balance right now in the parking reserve. Offhand, I think it's around $500,000 that's in the reserve already at the moment. So we have tended to use this reserve to help build other reserves that we've needed. We've moved that money around because sometimes that reserve was getting up near $800,000. So we have pulled some money out of it and used it where we needed reserves for maybe stormwater or elsewhere where we needed it. Putting a reserve away for the parking garage probably is a good goal, but however, you're a long way from reaching that one, and I think you might have other immediate needs that those funds could be used for. But certainly, if that's the will of council, we could set the goal towards a parking reserve garage.
All right, Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Rachel, I'm going to bring up the yard sale permits. In my opinion, it's imperative we leave them where they are. It allows households to have 2 a year, correct? So if we take that out, what's to say these houses won't have 3, 4, 5, 6? I know from firsthand, our streets have no sidewalks. And I know from firsthand, while I'm even walking my blind dog, I've had near misses with cars. You get these cars driving, when they find out it's a yard sale, they're driving like it's the lottery. And they go through stops, they don't look for ways. It becomes so dangerous. So every time there's a yard sale in my area, when I had my dog, it was like, dear Lord, help me. I would not take him for a walk. It was so bad. So this is a way of control. Not control, but control how many are limited. Because if not, we're going to have these yard sales at every house, every single weekend. And especially when they're on River Road, they take up traffic. And it's like, oh my goodness, no, we need to have this in place to control it. That's the only reason why. Thank you.
Do you want to just elaborate on how you really feel about this, Councillor?
Well, so it all started.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, what's next? Is that it?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. This does conclude the Draft 125 budget presentation. At this time, I'd like to express thanks to all of the presenters. And as well, I'd like to thank our support team consisting of Cindy Moore, Catherine Middleton, Shannon Stewart, and Carla. They have helped us immensely put these things together. And that if there's any other questions, we can answer them. But if not, that concludes the presentations. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Madam CFO, and thank you, staff. Again, I'll just reiterate, I couldn't be more proud of the fact that you folks listened. I think Council was pretty clear that we needed to sharpen our pencils, and to come in first round under 4%, I think is admirable, and thank you for all your hard work and effort. We appreciate that very much. Okay, so it looks like we have a recommended motion here. What does that mean, Deputy Mayor? What does that mean? Okay, you have something to say?
Sorry, just very quickly, I just wanted to thank you for the layout of the budget this year. The format and whatnot is very readable and digestible and easier to understand. And if you could remind the public, when is the public session for the budget? Just for their reference, please. Sorry, Your Worship.
Through your worship, thank you. It's next Thursday evening at the Remax room at the new Arena Library, 7 till 9. And that will be a format of a brief presentation just to put the context of the budget to the floor, and then we'll break out into tables available for the public to approach different departments and ask their questions about the budgets or things that they'd like to know about or comments they'd like to leave with the budget holders. Thank you.
All right, and the only recommendation I would make for future years is it's broke down by section. If we could make sure that we have obviously the sections and then number the pages and number the lines. So today we had several questions where we're trying to find out where someone is. If we could say we're in section 3, page 4, lines 37, it's going to help us along a great deal. So I don't know how easy or difficult that might be, but I'm assuming this is done on a spreadsheet, so we should be able to.
We'll figure it out.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we do have a motion then that the report titled 2025 Budget Draft 1 and the budget presentation to Special Council meeting of October 17, 2024 be received. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Is there no items to consider in sections 5 or 7? We'll move directly to section 8, which is bylaws, and the recommended motion is that the bylaw 2024-79 be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered past the 17th day of October 2024. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a great afternoon.
One thing that a few residents have talked to me, in the planning department, again, we're using that picture of the original master plan all the time.
Right.
Which shows